started.
Okay, welcome everybody to our budget workshop for the evening. I'm going to start with roll call. I'll call you in order as I have you on my screen. Wendy Hundley.
Here.
Gavin Massengill.
Here.
Sarah Hudson.
Here.
Buck Shapiro.
Here.
Amy Patillo.
Here.
Amber Lewis.
Here.
And Ashley Wayman.
Here.
All right. Ashley or Amber, do we have anyone else joining us on the panel side that just by phone that we need to make sure we acknowledge?
We have Charlie Zeck, City Attorney, and Abel Campos, Finance Director for the city.
Great. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We're going to jump right into item 2, discussion on the proposed budget and impact of tax rates for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. There's a link to the budget workshop in your packet, Council, and anyone who's joining us in the public should be available to you as well. With that, I will open the floor up to Gavin Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks everyone for joining us for our budget workshop. We're nearing the end of our budget season. We've got this workshop. We'll talk later on about our postings for our, I believe, Amber, one more after this. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, great. So I'll kick us off with just a few housekeeping items for council's consideration. The first would be just an update, and I'll tell you where to go. But the first, as you recall, over the past many work groups, we've gone over in detail the budget action requests of each of our departments. We went over those in detail throughout the different workshops. As you might recall, there were a few items which we were waiting on TML for some insurance numbers. We were waiting on TMRS for some retirement numbers, updates that Abel was working on. Long story short, those budget action requests for each department have been updated. They can now be found on the website. Under each one of the, for the most part, they're mainly under tab 2. You can go and tab 2 and 3, you can go to each one of the departments, and those budget worksheets are all updated now. Thank you, Ashley and Abel, for getting those done. Next housekeeping item is the final proposed budget, which we worked on for the last many nights, as well as tonight. Also, as we went through that final budget, or we went through the budget previously, we were waiting on, again, those same additional data points that Abel was waiting on from some of the various entities that we were trying to get quotes from. Long story short, that budget has now been updated, and it can be found under tab number 2, the third bullet point down, which is the draft proposed budget. So my point being there, the draft proposed budget that is now online is the updated, most recent proposed budget. All right, with that, we will move on to a workbook that we put together for our consideration this evening. You'll find it under tab number 1, budget overview. The third bullet down is the budget workbook 8/26/2020 City Council meeting. That is what we are going to be working off of this evening. If you can make sure you have that in front of you. The first document in our workbook tonight is just a synopsis of all of the departments, our main departments, which we operate in. Kind of a brief synopsis of where the final overall numbers came for those budgets. Well, first I would like to personally thank Amber and Abel and Ashley for their great work, as well as all the department heads. They really dug into the budget this year, did a great job. You will see on this sheet that they were able to achieve around a $313,000 decrease year over year for the budget. That's a total budget decrease of about 12% being requested by staff this year. So big kudos to all of them for working hard on that and taking seriously our instruction to them to try to trim. Much appreciated from them. Okay. The next sheet that you will see in the budget workbook is a tax rate overview sheet. I'm going to call on Abel and have him just, and I think everyone has had a little time to review this, maybe even have met with Amber and Abel. But Abel, if you would just give us just a quick rundown of these. You don't have to go into detail because I'm going to go into more detail on each one of these rates and what they mean in the next sheet. But if you could just give us a quick refresher and recap, not only for council, but for those of us, those in the community who are joining us.
Yes, sir. The state has defined basically the effective tax rate as a no new revenue tax rate. In other words, it's a tax rate that will generate more or less the same kind of revenue you had the previous year. The voter approval rate is taking that same effective or no new revenue rate times 3.5%. That's the max that you are allowed under the new statute. And the other one is to that we need to add the debt service tax rate that we will need. So basically you have the no new revenue tax rate, you have the voter approval tax rate, which is the 3.5%, and you have also now the de minimis tax rate, which is a tax rate that will allow you to take the M&O effective tax rate and add to it a tax rate that will allow you to raise $500,000. And you would add to that your debt service tax rate, and that would be your total tax rate. Basically, those are the tax rates that exist out there: the no new revenue tax rate, the voter approval tax rate, and the de minimis tax rate.
Thank you, Abel. That's your general overview. You also see, the debt service rate, the INS rate broken out in that sheet. Now with that, let's go to the next sheet, which is the revenues and funds available worksheet. And I'm going to repeat a lot of what Abel just talked about. This gets complicated quickly. And with that said, Abel, if I mess anything up, please jump in and feel free to correct. But we're now looking at the revenue and funds available worksheet. Okay, what you have in front of you here, you have an upper half of the sheet and the lower half of the sheet. There are 5 rates listed here, which are all options for us to adopt. 4 of these options can be adopted without triggering a voter petition. Okay, so let's go over those 5 rates, many of which Abel just went over with us, but I'm going to go kind of step by step here just so we're all kind of on the same page. So the first rate that we'll talk about, which was mentioned earlier, is the de minimis tax rate. That rate is 2.79. Now, for small cities that are larger than us, this is what I would call the road to the $500,000 of revenue, which small cities can get to without triggering a voter petition. But for us, we can't travel that de minimis. We travel that de minimis road on the way to 500,000, which is what all other small cities have access to. But because we're so small, there's another provision in the statute that doesn't let you go over the old 8%, which we're all used to on that road to de minimis. We still can't go past that 8 on the way to 500,000 without triggering a petition election. So, or a petition, a voter petition rather. So at the very bottom, I'm going to skip down to the very bottom, the number 5 bucket here, which that rate is 2.4223. That's what we're calling the 8% de minimis. Okay. That 8% is our true ceiling, our threshold, which lies on that de minimis road, which we can't go past without triggering a voter petition. A side note: if we were to go over that 8% on the de minimis, and if we're triggered and we're successful, then it would roll us back to the 3.5%. Okay, that's a good segue to go back up to the number 2 bucket, which is the voter approval rate that Abel mentioned a minute ago. So this voter approval rate is 0.2369, and we'll get to these. I'll restate these rates here in a minute, but that's the rate for the voter approval. This voter approval rate is your standard issue 3.5% revenue cap, which all cities, which do not travel on that de minimis road that we just talked about, which all cities are subject to that 3.5% revenue cap. That was what you heard a lot of discussion about that during the last legislative session. So that's what that approval rate is, and that rate is 0.2369. The third bucket there that we'll talk about, and the third and the fourth buckets get a little bit confusing because one is the no new revenue rate as defined by the official calculation from the county and what that includes, and then the other is a little different in the state's calculation of a no new revenue tax, no new revenue rate. But that third bucket, which we're calling the no new revenue rate, legal definition of NNR rate. This is the rate that includes the sum of the M&O effective. So that's like our old effective rate that we used to talk about, which is like a no new tax rate, plus the new debt service for our INS debt service, our INS account. That's what constitutes that no new revenue rate as defined by the county. That rate is 0.2328. That gets us then to the next bucket, which is the state definition of a no new rate. I call this kind of the real world definition of a no new revenue rate. And this rate is the rate which simply calculates off of last year's levy, a zero tax implication to the taxpayer. Okay, so those are the 5 sort of options that we have in front of us. You'll see at the bottom of those, so those 5 buckets that are listed, then you have the debt service, which is just a notation of what the current debt service is below that. Okay, so now go to the last half of this page, the second half of this page. We're going to go back over those 5 buckets that we just talked about, and we're going to talk about what the rate is and kind of what the pros and cons are of each one of those revenues. So in that first bucket is the additional M&O revenue raised by the de minimis rate. Again, this is the overall de minimis rate. If we were a large or small city, we would have the ability to raise $500,000 without falling under the voter approval rate, right? That's what the definition of the de minimis rate is. So if we calculate what that $500,000 would be for us to raise, it would be at 27 cents, nearly 28, 0.279 cents per 100. Okay. In my opinion, that's not really an option for us because we passed that old 8% rate that we talked about earlier, which we'll get to in the 5th bucket. Because we passed that on the way to de minimis, it would trigger a petition election for us. So I think that is something that we'd probably all agree is not anything that we are interested in. And so for all practical purposes, in my mind, that first rate of 0.279 is off the table. Okay, so move on to the second bucket. Again, this is the voter approval rate, also known as the 3.5% revenue cap. This rate for us would be 0.2369. you know, and it's not a terrible option. This would show that we're living, you know, within the same kind of percentage as the big cities throughout the state. You'll see there to the side that it would, by the time you look at what additional M&O it would raise for us, it would raise an additional $78,542. Once you combine that with our estimated available cash balance of $477,924, that would leave us with a pot of dollars of around $556,466, in which we would have available to us to adopt exceptional items, which we'll talk about in a little bit. I should probably back up there now that I've mentioned the estimated available cash balance. And Abel, I may have you and Amber jump in here.
Okay, I'm looking at what I did was I looked at our cash balances at the end of July, estimated our expenditures and revenues for the remainder of the year, the fiscal year, and also took into consideration 3 months worth of reserves. And so the 477 is my estimate of where we will be at the end of the fiscal year as far as cash reserves that are available.
Right. Thank you, Abel. And that's what I was going to mention to the council members. So in the past, we've given a lot of attention to make sure that we have the correct available cash on hand in terms of our reserves. We've spent a lot of time trying to build those reserves up. We currently have 3 months of reserves. And so this available cash on hand is in excess of that 3 months. So what we've done is we're looking at what the additional revenue raised would be in combination with the cash on hand as we go into the next fiscal year. A combination of those two is what we have available to us to make decisions on exceptional items here in a little bit. Okay, so that's the additional M&O revenue raised by the voter approval rate. The third bucket is the additional M&O revenue raised by the no new revenue rate, the legal definition of the no new revenue rate. And that rate is 0.2328. Slightly lower, the voter approval rate. Again, this is not a bad option. It does account for debt service. It would yield between the additional revenue of $34,000 in combination with the estimated available cash balance of $477. It would give us a pot of money of around $512,000 to adopt exceptional items with. Again, not a bad option. We would have to probably trim some exceptional items, which we can talk about in a little bit, but that's what we'd have to do for that. The next option is bucket number 4. This is contemplating the real world no new revenue rate as calculated by the state, which is again just a calculation off the levy of last year. This would give us a deficit of $256,784. You combine that, you add back into that the estimated available cash balance, it would give us a pot of money of around $221. You know, this is the rate that I was really hoping to be able to bring to you as recommendations this evening. Unfortunately, the numbers just probably are not there. I do think when we talk about exceptional items in a moment, I do think there are some things that we can trim there. Some ideas that I have that I would be willing to probably withdraw even one of my recommended exceptional items. But under this scenario, it would probably not be able to do enough of the exceptional items that I do think warrant our consideration and adoption. So that's what that is. But just so you know, that real world no new revenue rate would be 0.2059. The last bucket that we'll talk about is the additional M&O revenue raised by the 8% de minimis rate. Again, we're on that road to de minimis. We're a small city, so we have access to be able to try to raise $500,000 instead of adhering to that 3.5% revenue cap. But as I mentioned earlier, once you get on that road to de minimis to the 500,000, you cannot go past the old 8% that we're all used to. That 8% equates to a rate of 0.24223, so roughly 24 cents per hundred. Now, this is the method, in years past, that 8%, this is the method that we have adopted the last several years. It's what we're used to in terms of the old allowable percentage increase. It only raises about $136,000 more dollars, even if we went with this particular rate. My personal preference would be that we try to trim further on the exceptional items as opposed to adopt this rate. That said, and we will talk about this. It's on the agenda for later tonight for us to post a revenue rate for public posting purposes. My recommendation at that point will be to post for this 8% revenue de minimis rate, which is the 24 cent, 0.24223. Again, though, I think my end preference is probably going to be for that bucket number 3, which is the county calculation for the no new revenue rate, which would.
Gavin, sorry to interrupt you. Amy has had her hand raised before we get too far along. I want to make sure we're addressing her point.
Okay, it's a good time for it, because that concludes my overview of the revenue and funds available sheet.
Well, thank you very much. We all very much appreciate the thought and works that you put into it. Amy, what was yours?
Yeah, my question is, it shows under number 1 and number 5, under the average home annual cost, an increase decrease from 2019 to 2020, the same numbers. Is that correct, that if we adopted 1 or 5?
No, I should have corrected the number 5. It would have been less.
Okay.
On the average home.
Can you work on that? And I'm sorry I missed that, Amy. I missed it also. Abel, can you work on that for us and correct those? Which do you...
Let me see if I have the average home value. Let me work on it, and I'll let you know when I get it.
Okay, you work on that. Amy, we'll come back to that question. That's a good question. And I think it's an important one for when we ultimately make this decision. So we'll definitely come back to that. Let's, though, for the time being, move on to the exceptional item decision document. That's the next sheet in the workbook. This is a exceptional items that we've covered over the last several work sessions.
Hey, Gavin, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, but I think that number is like $378 if you just take 60% of the 631, because you just divide 614 divided by 1011, which is 60%, and then multiply that times the increase that he has. It should give you the number.
Okay.
Thanks,
for
Buck.
number
For 5.
5. Yeah, that sounds
So
about.
it's like roughly $378.
Thanks, Buck.
You're welcome. Sorry, I was trying to click in sooner, but I'm technically challenged.
This is a big math brain on Buck. Have you been doing math at home with your kids, Buck?
Bro, this homeschooling is awesome.
Okay, thank you. No, that's an important number. Okay, so the exceptional items document, decision document. These are all the exceptional items that we've gone on, that we've laid out and discussed at length in all of the previous council work sessions. We can go over those, and probably what we'll do, I'll call them, what I'd like to do is I'll call them up. I'll call on Amber to give us a brief synopsis of each one. that we've already discussed. And then let's have a quick discussion and make a decision as to whether we want to either include it, amend it, not include it, or take it up at the end. Because as we come to some of these, we may have a decision point. We may decide that, well, this isn't important enough for us to adopt right now, but we might want to adopt it toward the end if we have the cash available to do that. And now let's have a quick discussion though. Well, let's get through the all funds first, and let's see how much we spend from these exceptional items. We'll have a better sense going into the general fund decisions, and we may need to double back and have another discussion about these various rates and how much money we have available to us. But we don't really hit a problem, in my opinion, until we get past around $200,000. So let's try to knock out a few of these first before we revisit the tax rate question. The calculation here that you have on this decision document, just for calculation purposes, we went ahead and included the COLA at 2%, but I'll tell you that the total all funds of $396,879, and then the total exceptional items at the very bottom, which is the grand total of $693,223, those both include the COLA at 2%. We just did that for calculation purposes. Obviously, if if the will of the council is to go with no COLA, we would back that out. If it's to go with a 1% COLA, then we could subtract $14,276. Or if the will of the body is to go with a 3% COLA, then we would add an extra $14,276. But the point of that being, those two totals are included with that 2%. That let's have our first discussion, as we've done in years past, around our cost of living adjustment decision for our staff. And I would ask Amber to we're pretty familiar with what this means, but if you would just give us a quick synopsis, Amber, and make sure, remind us whether this includes benefits and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. It does include benefits. It takes into account all of the employees' salaries. As you can see, there's about $14,000 difference between each option. And then it's not merit-based. It's strictly based on cost of living, and it will have to be paid for year over year.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to offer up, and again, we do this as votes. This is a work session, so these are not official votes of the council, but it's an unofficial way for us to keep up with what the will of the body is to come up with our final budget. So I'm going to go ahead and offer up for consideration and adoption a 2% COLA. I've said this in years past, I'll say it again. I feel like a cost of living adjustment at 2% is about the right percentage based on historic growth rate of the economy. It could be argued this particular year that that's not the case, but I think the hardships that that our community and our staff in particular in our community are experiencing probably warrants a standard 2% to keep up with what I hope to be the inflation rate again this year. I think we're going to be I'll be pleased if the inflation stays at 2%, to be honest with you. So anyway, I would offer up a COLA at 2% for a total of $28,553, and I would just do an informal poll of the council members to see if we have support to include that 2% COLA.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I thought in the past that we did the 3% COLA, but we did 1% of it as merit. Is that not what I'm not remembering that correctly?
We did a version. I don't remember if it was last year or the year before. We did do a version of that. but we will have a discussion later on about some merit opportunities for some staff. So I feel like that piece of the puzzle is covered in a different exceptional item, and this would kind of take care of the rest.
So the merit opportunities, could we talk about that before we vote on the COLA then, just so I can understand all of
Sure.
the different, okay.
Sure. I'm going to pull up the all funds AF-2, and that is the retention initiative. Amber, would you refresh us on the retention initiative?
Sure. These are our stars of our team. They've been performing very well. I think if we looked at what they're being paid and the quality of work that we're receiving out of these particular employees, we would note that they're underpaid, and it behooves us to give them a raise and new titles that properly reflect the kind of work output and work performance that they're providing to the city. And so this is proposed just for this year. It's not a salary scale. It includes, most of my department heads and one public works operator to give him a promotion. But this is just for this year for this particular set of individuals who are performing well.
And the cost on that proposed exceptional item is $46,800.
And this is changing the titles for some, and then giving one person a promotion, correct? So, or actually it's a bump in pay and a promotion for assistant city manager. And then for our director of development, and then Eli going into like a more managerial position for public works. And is there another one?
Abel gets the new
Abel.
title,
Yes, Abel gets his title that he doesn't want, but he should get.
Yeah. And then the chief gets a bump
Okay,
in pay as well.
thank you.
Is that helpful, Wendy?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions on either of those items?
Yeah, yes. So for anybody that is proposed to get those increases, is that on top of the 2% increase?
Amber and I talked about that. I don't believe so, but I don't want to say that if that's not correct. Is that right, Amber?
I would like that to be in addition to. I think it's well deserved. I don't think the 2% is the cost of living. This is truly a recognition of high performers and the level of work they've been giving to the city. I'd like to keep the two separate and not commingle the two.
And the other question is the $14,000 cost per 1%, whatever. Does that include city administrator?
I don't think so. Abel, does it include me?
No,
Okay. So it's non-contract staff then.
well, all the staff with the exception of the city administrator.
Well, right, who's the only one under contract, right?
Yes, yes.
Right, okay.
Good questions. Thank you, Sarah. Okay. With that, can I go around the table and get an indication as to whether we're okay with the 2%? Well, yeah, do that.
Wendy, what do you think?
I'm generally okay with the 2%. knowing that the 3% is 14,000 more, I did have questions about our additional month of reserves and whether or not we needed to be as aggressive in putting in the 4 months as we had in the 3 months. Because that's a pretty big ticket item there. And the 14,000 for all staff to get 3%, which I find to be more of the average of what cost of living is, just based on my experience. I just wonder if that conversation about the additional month's reserves would be worth having, because this cost of living raise affects all of the staff across the board. And so, although I think I do support the retention initiative, I know we haven't voted on that. I do think that the cost of living, knowing that our salaries haven't been as competitive in the past, I'm more inclined to think about adding that extra 14,000 on for all staff. If we, had money left over because we weren't going to be as aggressive with our reserves.
It'd be a good morale booster, I think, too. Everybody's been working really hard during the pandemic, showing up. I think if y'all can do that, it would be good for the staff too.
I'm handling those two issues separately from the reserves. I had already planned on withdrawing AF5, which is the additional month of reserves for 208,000 actually. And we'll get to that discussion in a minute, because I want to tie that back to a discussion with the proposed rates. But my only point in bringing that up now is, if the will of this group is to do 3%, I think that's an option.
I'm kind of on the 3% side, because I feel like we have a really strong staff. We're working toward providing better benefits and salary that is more competitive. We want to keep our staff, and they worked super hard during this pandemic and this time, and it's just a challenging time. So I feel like I'm on 3%.
Okay. Since this is unofficial, I'll say that we've got two motions on the table. One for 2%, one for 3%. Some other members, and I'm happy to stand down on the 2%, but unless there's the will to go with that. So we could hear from some other folks.
Sarah, you're next on the circle.
Okay, in general, I'm in favor of the 2%, although I think it would be helpful to see the overall salaries instead of just percentages, or percentages and then the retention initiative, because we also have retention initiative for the police officers. And so we're talking about giving a COLA and giving a retention bonus and giving, so we kind of have a lot of moving parts and no totals.
It's fair.
And I think it would be helpful to see that, and also because the retention initiatives are the same for everybody, regardless of their starting salary, which is unusual in my experience to give the percentage will be way different for some people than for others when you just do a flat $9,000 for each. So I'm just curious where that number came from and how that number was arrived at.
The goal of the retention initiative is to be a morale booster and not to, unfortunately, this has gotten out to some of the employees and they're disappointed if they're not getting this, but it's for those employees that we've hired recently that probably weren't hired at market rate and needed to be. And it's just by natural, when you bring somebody on, it always costs you more money. It's always going to cost you more money to bring on the next person. So some of those staff people, like, Carrie didn't have as much experience when, so we were testing everything out. Now the job that she's doing, it warrants that kind of increase. So I came up with that as a kind of a fair way across the board that this is the team that should, deserves a raise, and this is what I think would kind of put them into market and would help retain them, which I think is critically important. I would hate to see Carrie just move to Bastrop. I know they're hurting for people in planning in Bastrop, and I don't want to lose her, and I think it would be detrimental to the city to lose her. So that's where that came from, is just a sincere desire to keep the quality staff that we worked really hard to get and train. Y'all have invested a lot in training of some of the new people we brought on, as far as like my time, training classes.
Amy and Buck, where are you on COLA?
Buck, you're up next, please.
I don't know. I'm really torn right now.
All right, it's fair.
I'm probably at 2%.
Okay.
All right.
With the retention initiative.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm at 2% with the retention initiative.
Thanks, Buck. Amy?
I recognize that COLA is intended to be just a cost of living type of exercise, but I think where I am is I would say I really want to support the retention initiatives. I think that the salaries that we have had, I do know from looking at and market analysis that they are low, that we need to continue to press them up to closer to market. I know that there are a number of openings in executive level areas and even the small cities that are really close to us. And it doesn't take a very long drive to change in those positions. So I support the retention initiative. I suppose that I would, even though it's not exactly what the COLA is supposed to be designed for, I would be comfortable with supporting the retention initiatives and doing a 2% COLA for people who are receiving them and doing a 3% COLA for those who are not receiving an initiative. So that would be my proposal, is a hybrid of sorts.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy.
Well, for the decision, I think it's safe that I can withdraw the co-%. So that's out. Would council like us to come back? And I think we can do this. It'll mean that we'll have to make this final decision on game day. But would you like us to come back with maybe a hybrid on the COLA 2/3 with the retention initiative? Or Buck, does that get you closer?
I'm fine with your approach. I'm actually in favor of your approach.
A 2 and a retention?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah or Amy, whoever.
I do agree with Sarah that maybe we do usually have a little more information. I at least like to see where that. I don't necessarily want to make decisions about individual salaries, but I'd kind of like to see where we end up then with those salaries, so that we know next year where we are kind of in the marketplace then with each of those positions. Because I think that I appreciate Amber's approach of kind of identifying these are the places where we do need to increase it. And I also agree with Sarah that we normally have a little more data about where that takes us to in each of the salary areas. In the event that we did have someone who left, we would know what we were paying, what we've reached as far as what we're paying for that position a little bit better.
Okay. Then let's do this. And Amber, you tell me if this works for you in combination with our overall timeline for final adoption. What I would like to do then is postpone a decision on the 2% COLA, postpone a decision on the 3% COLA, postpone a decision on a retention initiative, postpone a decision on police retention initiative, and postpone a decision on reserve officer pay. I would like to postpone those 5 items. And Amber, if you could follow up individually with various council members, and we could perhaps bring a compromise solution to the next council meeting. Is that something that would work?
Yeah.
Does that work for everyone?
Works for me.
Okay. So Amber will be brokering the deal, and we'll try to come to something that we can all agree to right off the bat at the next meeting. Okay. Okay. With 10 minutes left, we're going to move quickly. Let's pull up AF, which is the Public Works Operator position.
This is the additional public works person to help now that we've taken over the fields and the park for landscaping and maintenance. We need some more hands. So this is that position.
Okay, this is in front of you. I move to adopt it. Do I have support? See Wendy saying yes. See Buck saying yes. Yep, I got all thumbs there. Okay.
Well, hadn't we already approved that because we already had hired the additional person before Alex resigned, right?
I believe that I'll let Amber address that. I believe that was out of old funds, though. Is that correct, Amber?
Yeah, and we moved faster because of the lease getting approved, and we needed more hands, and with the timeline of getting somebody on board, but just getting official approval from council is helpful, and recognizing that this is going to be new in the budget next year.
Yeah, we would have. Had this failed, we would have had to go back and adjust other things. So. Okay, I'll call up AF4, which is Utility Billing Manager position. Amber?
This is benefits, salary, all in. Would like to hire a utility billing manager so that we are able to take over the utility billing responsibilities from AWR. This has been one of the goals I've had since the day I came to Rollingwood. Will give us more accountability. We're doing a lot of the work anyway. And so we would have instant access, wouldn't have to go through a third party to get information, which is difficult to do now and is costing the city money. Every time we ask the third party to do something, they're charging us 15% on top of and an hourly rate. So this is something I think will improve efficiency and accountability.
And this is the 65,000 to save 100,000.
Yes, I was just going to add that we pay about $100,000 to AWR to perform this function for us. So while we're showing it as an exceptional item, it will net out. I'd like to bring this person on, have them go over to AWR, train for a while, kind of see how we do things today, and then implement the Encode utility billing software, which we're going to talk about later. So that's kind of the vision, how I see this happening.
And you think that this one person would be able to do all of the billing?
I don't. I think Elaine will have to, she's already doing a lot of the utility billing, like adjustments and working on new meter replacements. She's going to have to still do that. And then she's going to have to also help with the billing.
But no additional staff would need to be hired in order to take over the billing.
I think we can get it done with 1.5 people, which is what I'm planning for. Elaine half the time and then this person full time.
Are we going to put them in the office where the court is because they take payments?
I don't know where we're gonna put them, but we'll find a space. We talked about we have another corner in the council chambers, the patio. I don't know. We're being facetious, but seriously, we could. Ashley kind of had a good idea having different schedules, and they like an itinerant teacher. They hop around to different desks as people aren't there. Not practical, but we'll have them sit at the dais if we have to for a while, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay. I'm supportive of this item. Does the rest of the council support this item? Wendy says yes. Amy says yes. Buck says yes. Sarah says yes. All right. That's good. Okay. Now I'm going to withdraw the AF5 exceptional item, which is the additional 1 month of reserve that cost $208,000 to implement. Again, I think this is a worthy goal. I think it's something we need to revisit in the future to get a 4th month of reserve above our 3 months that we hold now. And the reason I think it's important, and the reason I think the rating agencies think it's important, because we are such a small city and we have such small revenues. You know, typically a 25 to 30% reserve is what's recommended. And that's what we have currently per the recommendation. Unfortunately, because we're so small and the numbers are so small, a 4-month reserve is really preferable. So I do think it's worthy for us to discuss. I think it's worthy for us to get there at some point. We have worked hard the last couple of years to get up to that 3 months. I think it would be good for us at some point in the future to get to a 4th month, but I'm willing to set that aside. I think it's totally necessary or totally essential. Abel and I have talked about it. So that said, I think we can put it on for now and revisit it at a later date. That said, I do that to make it easier for us to deal with the buckets that we have in terms of revenue rates. If the council's recommendation were to go with the 8% de minimis rate of 0.24, then I would add, then I will be revisiting the 4th month reserve. If, however, the council's is to go with, say, the no new revenue rate of 23 cents, then I would be more than willing to withdraw the additional month reserve. That's a decision we can make next time. I'm just telling you where my mindset is. If we can not do the 4th month and set aside this $208,000 exceptional item, then it helps us kind of stay in those lower tiered revenue rates, which I think is, you know, that's my goal for this year at least. But if the will of the council is to go with that higher rate, then I would like us to revisit this. But for now, for the sake of discussion, I'm willing to withdraw AF5 for the additional month of reserve for $208,000.
Do you think you might put it in incrementally, though, to just put a little bit for like over the next 3 years? If
Yes,
we get to a different tax rate? Okay.
We could. And in fact, that'll kind of be the practical effect. If I remove it now, we go through here and adopt exceptional items, and and those exceptional items to a lesser amount. You know, in practicality, it will stay in that unexpended balance from going into the year after next. And so we'll see it there where it's, where our unexpended balance now 477, I don't know, maybe it's 200 next time, and we could go ahead and move that into that reserve capacity next time. So yes, the answer to that is
Gotcha.
yes, we could. Okay, with that, and we'll move quick. We'll try to go quickly here. The first one, I hesitate to even bring up, but it's the comprehensive plan for $30,000. This is simply a carryover. I will repeat, this is simply a carryover from last year's budget. We're already committed to these dollars. Whether there is angst over the current consultant or not, we're still under a contract to spend these dollars. So this is simply a carryover from the last budget to this one, but because it's not something that is always in our budget, it sits before you as an exceptional item. So I'm for adopting this one because I think it would be bad form to not adhere to our existing contract and could cause us other legal problems to not. Amy, yes. Buck, don't be shy. All right, Sarah. All right, okay. So we'll go ahead and adopt that one and put it in the budget. And then I will call up the MOPAC legal. Amber, will you give us a very quick, we're running out of time, so give us a very quick update on MOPAC legal.
This is also a carryover from last year's budget, and any legal issues related to MOPAC are paid for out of this budget. But it's a big ticket item, and wanted to make sure it was on everybody's radar.
Good deal. Again, just to recap, this is money set aside from MOPAC legal fees should we need them. We did not use them last year, and hopefully we won't need them this year. But it is, I think, Amy brings this to us as an exceptional item and has done a good job in keeping up with those issues. And I do think it's a good idea for us to keep these dollars earmarked just in case we need them. Again, if we don't need them, they go into unexpended balance for the next year, and we can use it for other reasons going forward. So are we supportive of 40,000 of MOPAC legal fees? Yes, 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 and yes. All right, adopted it. I will pull up now exceptional item 100-10-3, ENCODE, the staff recommendation. Amber, will you tell us about it?
ENCODE would be a new software for our financial utility billing. We already have it for court, and we already have it for our police records management system. Everything will be talking, and the best thing about it is it provides us the opportunity to do our own utility billing.
I feel like this is kind of one of the last puzzle pieces that we have in some of our administrative upgrades, and can really kind of hopefully take us to the next level in terms of organizational efficiency. So it is a big ticket item, but it's a one-time big ticket item, and I'm supportive. Who else is? All right, we got everybody. Sarah, you good? Wait,
Sorry, Sarah, you're muted.
Sarah.
Okay, just to be clear though, if we're budgeting $65,000 for a billing person and then spending $80,000 for the software, the $100,000 in savings doesn't cover all of that cost.
Well, it actually, so the $100,000 was a net savings with the 65 included, and with an extra 80 for this exceptional item, you have a net savings of 20,000 in the first year, and then you would have subsequent savings, net savings in following years in excess of 20,000, getting closer to that 100,000 that was previously noted.
And this is ENCODE for financials too, right? Not just for utility billing, but for our entire city financial software.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And it will integrate with everything that we have. So it makes sense to me.
Okay. You good, Sarah?
Mhm.
All right. Adopted. All right. Pulling up item 100-40-20, retirement payout reserve. Amber, take it away.
This also is not new. Council has made a smart choice to try and make sure they cover any potential liabilities when someone leaves the organization with a large retirement or a large sick leave balance. And so this item lies in the police department because right now they have the most liability as far as the longest tenured employees.
And our plan is, as Abel has suggested, at the end of each year, if as those funds are not used, they'll roll over into an account that he will establish that is a future liability account. And we'll be combining, we do the same thing for our other staff. And so we'll be combining those two accounts into one standing liability account that we earmark these dollars, just kind of chipping away at as we go. We feel like hopefully if we can get under our belt of not having to pay out too much, then we'll have a decent reserve for retirement payout as well. Because as we all know, we've been kind of caught flat-footed a time or two in this category, and this is our attempt to try to get ahead of that for the future. So with that, Amy is supportive, Wendy is supportive, Buck, Sarah's good. All right, adopted. Now I'll pull up item 100-40-3, Amber. This is the Gator.
Yeah, Chief Brady's available if you have questions. The police department has offered to give their current Gator to Public Works. Public Works uses it all the time when they're in the park cleaning up the dog waste stations. And PD thought it might be better to have something that isn't collecting dog waste every day and that helps them get out and do more community policing and maybe has more seats that could help them when they're working events and get around the community a little bit better.
Okay. Pretty straightforward. Who's for a Gator? I'm for a Gator. Amy's for a Gator. Wendy, Buck, Sarah, everybody adopted. One Gator coming up. With that, I'll pull up staff equipment. I'll pull up 100-55-1. This is equipment. I'll handle this one. I remember it easily. This is for Public Works to buy a lawnmower and some other similar type equipment for Public Works, been identified by the new Public Works Director. Pretty straightforward, $3,500. Who's in? Going once, going twice. Sarah's in. Here we go. Adopted. All right. Pulling up 100-55-2, Playscape mulch for $5,000. Amber, tell us what we've won.
Just an annual making sure that the Playscape mulch is kept at the levels that are required for safety regulations.
Does it really need to be an exemplary item every year? Because it's kind of one of those maintenance things, right?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that never quite appropriate for an actual standing spot in the budget. And so it kind of is that gray area of, well, we just kind of always make it acceptable. Yeah, it could be argued that it could also be argued that it would fit somewhat under a different standing item, but for whatever reason, we haven't done it. Anyway,
For it.
so who's for mulch? Who's for mulch? I'm for mulch. Sarah's for Bucksville. A mulch.
I would propose that until we replace the playground with gravel instead of mulch, that it become a actual regular budget item and not exceptional. That's just my proposal.
That's fair. Amber, Abel, are you remembering that?
Yes, sir. I'm writing it down.
Make yourself a note. All right, pulling up the last one. This,
Sorry,
150. Yes.
just to jump in really quickly. Would that mulch classify as O&M, or is that more a potential project. Do we have any feedback there?
We around. I mean, yes, it could be a project if we wanted to go that route with RCDC. I mean, I think Charlie, feel free if Charlie's still awake, feel free to weigh in. But I think it could be designated as a project.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that.
Hey,
Well,
Charlie.
in that case, if we have anybody from Parks that's listening, or maybe one of our park liaisons can maybe bring it to the Park Commission's attention, the potential for putting this over as a project to RCDC to consider funding, and we can throw a little bit more general fund money back into the fund to talk in terms of COLA.
I will work with the park chair as the park liaison and pass that information on.
Great. Thank you, Wendy.
And Amber, that would play into your RCDC budget that is approved prior to our next meeting. Would that not?
It would.
Okay. So will you make a note to coordinate that discussion with Wendy and Parks and RCDC?
Will do.
And then I think we're about to have a similar conversation on this next one. I'm going to pull it up. 100-55-3 park improvements for $29,709. Amber, tell us about that list of items that you be quick and walk us through that.
Sure. This list, I believe, came from a quote from Cleanscape to just perform general maintenance of the park in terms of landscaping. So this is
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm looking at a number of these things, of these items, and it doesn't necessarily seem as maintenance so much as it actually seems like improvements. And I wonder if, again, Park Commission might take a look at this item and figure out which, specifically which line items, perhaps all of them, could qualify as improvements, in which case we could talk in terms, an RCDC could talk in terms of a park improvements project. Again, obviously that, RCDC is not allowed to fund O&M, but looking at this, it seems like there may be some latitude for an actual improvements project there. As a matter of fact, I think that's what the line item suggests, right?
it does.
Yes,
Thanks for the correction, Mayor.
Great.
Can RCDC fund anything with a comprehensive plan?
Awesome.
That, potentially, yeah, it gets certainly worth discussion happening over there as we're trying to figure out budget items. Certainly worth looking into.
Thank you.
So let's do this. Let's go.
Sorry, Gavin. Just
No,
before we move on, Amy has her hand up.
Okay, go ahead. Amy.
I'm not sure if what the process would be exactly, but I have wondered if any of the MOPAC legal would, if RCDC would want to fund any of it.
Okay. All right,
Because it is,
full disclosure, Amber and I both talked at length that we think comprehensive plan and MOPAC legal could probably both fit as projects under RCDC. You've all come to the same conclusion. So we'll add those two items to a discussion with RCDC to see if they would be willing to do those projects. And then we'll come back and figure out what's left for us to do. But I think it's good that we've adopted, we have shown our intent to make sure that they're funded out of this budget. But if between now and our next meeting, if RCDC can take some of that burden on some of these items, then I think we all agree that would be preferable. That work? I didn't mean to cut you off, Amy. I just knew where you were going.
that's okay. I know we have a time constraint. I appreciate it.
Just for everybody in the audience, though, to make clarification that these are all exemplary items. I don't know that did you explain that this isn't our entire budget. These are just items that are not or normally covered in our budget. So we have a keep the door open kind of budget. And so anything above keeping the door open, we put them in as exemplary items.
Aren't they called exceptional items?
Exceptional, sorry, you're right.
Well, Some of them are exemplary.
Some of them are exemplary.
Depends on the quality of the item, right?
I can see my
Exceptionally
item being exemplary.
Okay, so to circle back, park improvements. Amber, tell us real quickly you know what, don't even, well, give us a flavor of what these are so that we can make it what I'd like to do is go ahead and adopt this if it's the will of the council, knowing that we will bundle this with mulch and with comp plan and MOPAC legal and go to RCDC and see what they might be interested in helping us to fund. And then we'll bring that back for a final decision next time. That said, I would like to go ahead and give an up or down to whether council in any scenario is willing to fund this particular park improvement exceptional item. Amber.
My comment is I'm willing to fund it, and I commented I think 2 times ago that I'd really like it to also show what things are one-time costs versus what things are going to end up needing maintenance, so that we understand what we're committing to as far as ongoing maintenance versus one-time costs.
Okay.
And to
I know-
answer,
Sorry.
that's okay, Wendy, go ahead.
I know that the contract with Little League has them spending $30,000 to bring up the park to standards. So I think this is the city taking the part outside the fields and bringing it up to standards. So I support it.
Okay. Great.
And
So-
I would say these are a significant improvement projects to the park.
So do you want to tell us a little bit about what they are?
Grass, improving the grass right now with weeds. It looks like there's some decorative rocks, some decorative edging in there.
The trail.
I wasn't involved in getting the quote for this work. The Park Commission took it upon themselves to do this. And so I think it's really organized and, speaks to, I think it implements their landscape plan project for the park.
Okay.
A lot of it is bringing the trail back up to standards too, and those paver stones that just making it, making it nice and making improvements to the park.
Okay. Good deal. I'm supportive of park improvements for $29,000. Who else did? Wendy, Sarah, Amy, Buck. All right, adopted. Okay, so that's been adopted. Again, we will bundle that together with a few of these other items that might be potential RCDC projects. Amber, you'll get with Wendy, RCDC, to see what we can do for next go around, correct?
Yes.
And just as a reminder, council, any RCDC project that they choose to adopt comes back in front of council for approval. So you'll get a second bite at the apple, so to speak.
Okay, so of our exceptional items, we have 10 that have been adopted, 4 that will be postponed, and we'll make a decision on some of those, fine-tuning some of the payroll and personnel salary issues next time, and 3 were withdrawn.
How much did we adopt?
Amber, were you keeping a running tally of that?
I wasn't. I hope Abel was.
I've got 323,309.
Okay.
Did you say 323,000?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. That's all I have. We will revisit. Well, later in the meeting, we'll talk again about rates. And then at the next meeting, we will make final decision on rate, the last few exceptional items, and then move forward. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good job.
Thanks, Gavin. Appreciate taking the lead, and thank you, everybody. If there's no additional comments or thoughts here, we will move we'll move on into the regular scheduled meeting. We're all good?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. With that, we will close our budget workshop at 8:21. And no, it is 7:21. My apologies. And then we will open up our regular meeting and begin that with a roll call. Wendy Hundley,
Here.
Gavin Massengill,
Here.
Sarah Hudson,
Here.
Buck Shapiro,
Here.
Amy Patillo,
Here.
Amber Lewis,
Here.
and City Secretary Ashley Wayman.
Here.
And not on the screen, but joining us, we have City Attorney Charlie Zeck, and we'll have a few others that pop in and out as we address specific items. With that, so we have a fairly robust audience. Good. Glad to have you guys here. For anyone that is not familiar with our system, if you're joining from a laptop or desktop, on your screen, at the bottom of the screen, there will be a hand icon. Please feel free to click on that if you wish to speak. When you are recognized, you have a mic microphone icon that is on the lower left. If it appears in orange, you are muted. You need to click it to turn it to blue so that we can hear you on our side. If you're joining on a tablet or a cell phone, you'll see a very similar screen with 3 little dots down in the corner. You press those 3 little dots, you'll pull up the same menu that I just referenced. Again, click the hand icon, which will let us know that you have something to say. And then when you're called, you will click the microphone icon, turning it to blue to make sure that you're not muted. As we move through this, I'm going to ask that we all be very respectful of time. We're going to try to limit comments to 3 minutes per person. I'm also going to request that folks try to only speak once during a cycle. And as always, our emails and phone calls and everything are wide open. So please don't feel that this meeting is by any stretch, the only time that you have an opportunity to address the council or the public. With that, all comments made, whether by email or elsewise, are always available to the public. So, okay. With that, we are going to open up public comment at 7:24 p.m. Again, this is for any citizens wishing to address the City Council for items that are not otherwise on this agenda.
Mayor, I'd also like to add, if you're joining from a phone, just calling in, you can push *2 to raise your hand, and we'll try to remind a couple times throughout the meeting, because it doesn't give you that explanation when you join the meeting that's how you're supposed to do it. Also, it's not a huge fan of Chrome if you're trying to speak. If you're using Chrome, you might have issues with your microphone. And if you're joining from an app, from a cell phone or a tablet, make sure you're using the app, not just the browser. It may not let you speak that way too. Things we have learned with IP video talk. So.
Great. Ashley, thank you very much for adding the context. And in short, anybody in the public, if we have problems going through, shoot somebody a message, an email, or a phone. Give one of us a phone call, or call Ashley at City Hall, and we'll get you. We'll do what we can to get you teed up. Okay. With that, we'll open up for public comments. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, this is your time to do it. Please, again, click the hand icon or *2 if you're joining us by phone.
Mary Elizabeth Kofer, you have been unmuted. You can unmute yourself and address the council.
Hi, Mary Elizabeth.
I did not mean to unmute myself.
Oh, okay. So are you not wishing to address this right now?
No, I'm sorry, that was an accident.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thanks. Okay. Do we have any other hands raised? Amber?
We do. Christy Finnegan, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, Christy, you may need to check the microphone icon.
How is it? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So on August 2nd, I sent you guys an email and I want to explore Rollingwood to become a Tree City USA through the Arbor Day Foundation, especially since we're going through this comprehensive plan for the whole city. I think it's important for us to think about trees, along the Mopac Lane, along Bee Caves, and the whole city as a whole for adding that. The process is very simple, especially with the tree canopy and all the ordinances that we have in place for residential. To have it apply for non-residential is an easy step. The application process is very easy to set up a tree board. The minimum cost that the Arbor Day Foundation asks is $2 per citizen or per household, which is not that much considering how small we are. And this just increases the greenscape for our city and makes it more beautiful. Over 50% of the population in Texas lives in a Green Tree USA city through the Arbor Day Foundation. That includes Westlake Hills, Austin, Bastrop, Sunset Valley, which only has a population of 700. I know that we can do this, and if you looked at what the Ladyburg Trail looked like in the 1970s, it was barren and there wasn't one tree. And if we can actually really make whatever buildings do happen along Bee Caves, if we can build trees around them, it's going to be so beautiful. I'm going to be so happy like 50 years down the road when I still live here. So if we could apply, it would be great. And next steps are just, I could fill out the application. There's a tree board that needs to be set up. And it's very simple. It's a very simple application process. And yeah, there's just like an annual run rate for how long have you been a Tree City. And there's, some places like Denton that have been a member for 40 years. Houston is the largest member. It's great. It's a really good thing for us to be proud of. So I hope that we can become a Tree City. And that's it.
Right on.
Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I know we received the email, and my apologies that I haven't reached out personally to talk to you about it, but yet, I'll emphasize yet. So thank you very much for that. And it wasn't lost on us. Amber, do we have other hands raised?
We don't.
Okay. Going once, going twice. Sold. Okay. Well, we are closing the public comments, and we will move on to item 4, which is a public hearing, discussion, and possible action on a variance from the city's code of ordinances, section 24-91A and 24-91B2A, to allow illumination on a building-mounted sign on an office building, and for the lettering to exceed 24 inches in overall height and exceed 4 square feet in total surface area, requested by Jacobs Engineering Group. We're going to open this hearing, public hearing, at 7:30. Again, if there's anybody here to speak, hand icon or *2, and then unmute your mic. Amber, do we have any hands?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing then. Last chance. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing at 7:30, and we're going to move on to item 5 in the public hearing, discussion and possible action on a plat for 401 Vale Street.
Mayor, there's
Oh,
still
you have
the,
to take action?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, guys, sorry. I completely missed that there was the action portion of this. In that case, let's reopen 4, and I will open it up for discussion and action, consideration for action on the dais.
I know this was before us last month, and Councilmember Hudson noticed and pointed out that we actually had an agenda item that did not meet what they were requesting, which was the elimination. And so we did not take action on the agenda item last month and asked them to bring it back. But looking at section 24-124, the criteria for approval for a variance, they have to prove a hardship and the special circumstance applying with the land, sign structure or other matters adjacent with the lots, and the special circumstances unique to them. And then that they weren't created, those circumstances were not created by the applicant, and that granting of the variance will be in general harmony with the purposes of our code, and it doesn't depart from the provisions of our article. So what they're asking for is an illuminated sign on the building that's a large building, so it is needing to be a bigger sign so that you can see it from the roadway, and just kind of catching everyone up on what discussion has happened with that. And so I would make a motion for discussion to approve the variance from the City Code of Ordinances, section 24-91A and 24-91B2A, to allow illumination on a building mounted sign on an office building, and for the lettering to exceed 24 inches in overall height and exceed 4 square feet in total surface area, requested by Jacobs Engineering Group.
Second.
Okay, Council, we have a motion from Wendy and a second from Amy. Do we have discussion?
So at the last meeting, the comment was made that this didn't face any residences. And I just wanted to clarify that that was true, because driving past it, it looks to me like the face that they're talking about putting this on faces Bee Caves Road. Is that not true?
I've been to the building, and you drive up into the Mira Vista Shopping Center, and then you drive past the first driveway where you go left or right to get in the office buildings back there, and you go over a hill, and then you go up, and it's set back in the property. But yes, it would face Bee Caves Road. It's just far set back from the road. I don't recall them. I don't know that I remember anyone saying it didn't face the road, but you may be right in that.
Well, no, they said it didn't face any residences, but
it's right across the street, like with Edgegrove. It's in line with like Edgegrove, because you go straight through that intersection at Edgegrove up Mira Vista, and straight down that road to the back building where they are.
I thought it was. I thought it was at the same entrance as Rollingwood Town Center. I thought it was.
It is.
It is okay. I'm mixed up. I'm sorry. This is a different building I'm thinking of. So this one is the Rollingwood Town Center.
Right. It looks to me like it's right across from.
It's right across from the Rollingwood Town Center entrance.
Right. So it's facing Rollingwood Drive. I just didn't know if anybody had verified that it would, in fact, not be visible from the residences, because I don't personally have a problem with the size variance, but the illumination, if it's visible from the residences, I don't see a reason for them to need to illuminate a sign, because they're not going to have business at night. And you know, I have an engineering firm too, and we've never had our company name on the building. It's not like that's something that is necessary for people to find you typically, and especially not at night. For the illumination part of it, I don't see that as being a necessity, and especially if it's visible from the residential, the homes on Timberline.
Trying to look at it from my Google map on the street view, so I can get a bearing of where I am. Okay.
I've been doing the
So
same.
it's actually in Rollingwood Town Center. It's actually inside of the town center square. Is it the same building where
Plains Capital Bank used to be.
and it
Perhaps-
backs up? So I know I've been here, but if you look at Google Maps and you look out, like if you're in Google Maps and you look out to where it faces in the parking lot, it looks like that behind, like to the right of it is where the church is, and that's where the other parking lot is, and behind it is where downtown is, and it's facing toward it's facing easterly.
Isn't this on the south side of Bee Capes Road?
It's actually
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it's on the south side of Bee Capes Road. So the face of the building that this would be on is facing north towards Timberline.
Yes.
It faces the B&T building. Basically, it faces right towards Rollingwood Town Center. That light. That's what it faces.
Right.
So it shouldn't impact any residential.
We do have a phone number that has their hand raised. I'm not sure if it's the applicant or not. Would you like to call on them and see?
Yes, please.
Phone number ending in 6623.
Yes, actually, this is Michael Hall.
Hi, Michael.
I'm a resident on Timberline, and I am opposed to this. Any light pollution facing the city should be minimized, and there's no reason for an exception from what I've heard.
Can you see it from your house, Michael? Hello?
That's it.
Michael, sorry, I think Council Member Gavin Maskell had a question.
I was just asking, we can't, none of us are on Timberline. Can you see it from where you are? We're not sure if it's visible.
I see plenty of light pollution from the Rollingwood Center and from the buildings along there. So I'm already annoyed by the parking lot lights and things like that were not well shielded and the development that's probably to come. And so I'm very much against any additional light pollution that's not necessary, no matter where it faces, to be honest.
Okay, just to be clear that we're talking about on in Mira Vista, which is on the south side of Mopac. This is not in the Rollingwood Center.
This is in the Rollingwood Town Center. I was wrong about Mira Vista.
It still would face this direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Michael. Sorry, council members, do you have other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
I don't really want to delay this anymore, but I feel like if an applicant is wanting a variance on something like this, they should be present to support it. And it's not clear to me why they're not here to support it. This is our second month to talk about it, and we weren't able to get questions answered fully last time, and we have it again. So, I mean, I'm inclined to grant, something to make the sign a little bit bigger. But as far as the lighting, I do think that without there's nothing on here that shows direction, and I keep on looking at the building, and I don't know if it's going to impact residences or not. I don't know if there's another building that's like as tall as this one, and whether it's going to be something that really affects someone's nighttime experience. So without some more information, I'm inclined to say yes to a non-illuminated sign, but I think the illumination, there needs to be more support.
I'm willing to amend my motion to approve, I'll amend my motion to approve the variance from the City Code of Ordinances. Let's see, section 24-91A, that's not the light one, is it? Let me look it up. How about I'll just amend my motion, I'll amend my motion and remove allow light on the building mountainside.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have an amended motion and second. Council, do we have additional discussion? I'm not hearing any. We have a motion on the table, so I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Wendy Hundley,
Aye.
Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. Council has approved a variance with regard to exterior signage size, but not as to illumination. All right, thank you, Council. We are going to move on now to item 5, excuse me, which is a public hearing, discussion, and possible action on a plat for 401 Vale Street. We will open this public hearing at 7:43. We have any hands raised?
No.
Okay, in that case, I will put it to the dais for discussion and possible action.
I move to approve the plating of 401 Vale Street.
I second.
A motion from Gavin and a second from Buck. Do we have discussion, Council?
Just a question for Amber. I assume this is administratively complete.
It is.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
and was the recommendation from planning and zoning?
They recommended conditional approval in order for you all to consider it as a preliminary and final at the same time. The city engineer had to sign off on 3 criteria, and they did. Marcus included a memo, and it's in your packet.
Great, thank you. All right, Council, additional discussion? Amber, start, go ahead, Amy.
I really enjoy the name of the subdivision.
I do too.
Everyone has
armadillos on this property.
It's the armadillo.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay. Additional discussion, Council? Do we have hands raised, Amber?
So
No, sir.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I didn't see this. I think the letter from Marcus was added after I reviewed the documents here, so I hadn't seen this before. It says the property is adjacent to Eanes Creek and may be exempt from stormwater detention requirements. It's not next to the creek. There's a street and then a long long area before it drops down into the creek is way below this property. Is Marcus?
He is. Let me.
This all fits on City of Austin's
Yeah.
line.
Okay, I don't see Marcus, but I do see Alberto. Oh, there's Marcus. Okay, gotcha. Okay, Marcus, you can unmute.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you, Mark. Yep. Welcome, Alberto.
Yes. So we looked at the plat, and the statement there is Eanes Creek is, we're looking at the plat for if it can be drained. We can't review any kind of drainage plan because we're not to that point. There's good slope heading towards Eanes Creek. Eanes Creek is a pretty good distance away from this property, but that area between the property and Eanes Creek is undevelopable. It's parkland in the city of Austin. So there wouldn't be any adverse impact to drainage go that way, but the may, I guess, is the caveat there. We would review a site development plan and drainage plan to make those considerations when the time comes. So, however, there are ordinances in place that would allow you, if you're draining straight into a creek, you may be outside of the requirement for limiting your net peak discharge. So that would all come into play when we're reviewing the site drainage plan.
So, but it concerns me that we would even suggest this might be possible when it would be draining out of the city of Rollingwood into a nature preserve. And we're talking about possible exemption from the detention requirements.
Well, one of the three criteria there was related to drainage. So when we were studying the plat and studying the ordinances, we thought it was good to mention that at this point. However, that's why the statement was it may be, that determination will have to be made once we are reviewing under the building permit and there's actual plans to review. We can make that determination then. But as far as the plat goes, following the rules of it being conditionally approved based on our review, the three criteria are met, so we're still recommending the final plat be approved.
Yeah, and I don't have any issues with the plat. I just am concerned that we would be suggesting a possible exemption for something that is outside of our jurisdiction, and some of these requirements are state law. So I don't know how we could exempt somebody from something outside of our jurisdiction and in violation of state law.
Go ahead, Amy.
For Marcus, did you make a similar evaluation for the property that is adjacent to this one that was recently rebuilt? Okay, what's the address? Because it would be similarly positioned where it might be considered adjacent to Eanes Creek.
Yeah, I know Jay reviewed that, and I would have to go back and review the file, but I do believe that was the determination on the drainage review for that property.
On 305 Vale?
I do believe. I would have to confirm it.
So it's something that the city has done before, so it's
correct
evaluation that you all are making frequently. So if we want to review it, it's something that we need to review holistically and not for an individual property right now.
Correct.
I continue to be confused as to why LNV brings up non-plat related issues for a plat approval. Like these are all issues to be discussed in the building phase. So I continue to not understand LNV's insistence on bringing issues up that are non-plat related.
It's not an insistence of LNV, rather it's an insistence of our code that requires, if the council wants to consider plats, preliminary and final at the same time, there's a requirement that the city engineer has to sign off on these three criteria, one of them of which is drainage. There are
You want-
other better ways to do this than the way it is constructed today, but that's something that the council would need to address.
Then my apologies to L&V, Marcus.
So that everybody's on the same page, your ordinances require a two-step process, which is typical of most ordinances: a preliminary plat and a final plat. However, section 15-29 of your code says a final plat may be approved without a preliminary plat if each lot is within the residential district and abuts an existing dedicated public street, and the city engineer determines that, 1, a new street or an extension of the street is not necessary to provide adequate traffic circulation. 2, the developer has dedicated additional right-of-way necessary to provide adequate street width for an existing street abutting a lot. And 3, drainage facilities are not necessary to prevent flooding, or if necessary, the developer has arranged for construction of drainage facilities sufficient to prevent flooding. Those are the 3 things that would have to be signed off by the city engineer in order to approve a final plat without first having to approve a preliminary plat. And what Amber was referring to is sort of a cart before the horse situation on B3, which is drainage facilities that are not necessary. It's pretty difficult to determine whether or not drainage facilities are going to be necessary without actually seeing construction drawings.
Right.
And you don't ever see those at the preliminary plats or the final plat stage, quite honestly. Right. And so, that's something that maybe needs to be addressed by city council with respect to, whether or not this information is necessary for a preliminary or final plat. But nonetheless, it's where we are.
Yeah.
And I hope that was helpful and not problematic. I explained it.
It's helpful. Thanks.
I found that helpful.
Thanks, Charlie. All right, council, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Not hearing any, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Sarah Hudson? Buck Shapiro? Sorry, Buck.
All right, my thing. Aye.
Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
And Wendy, I'm assuming that you have recused yourself from the dais, just in case. Motion carries 4 in favor, none against. And the plat is approved. Thank you, council. We'll move on to the consent agenda.
I move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin and a second from Wendy. Discussion?
Yeah, can we do them separate since there's only 2 things because, or can we pull the minutes from July 15th because there's a couple of typos that need to be corrected?
Yes, I would draw my motion to approve the consent agenda and move to adopt item 6. Well, where are your changes?
In the July 15th minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll turn it over to you and let you make the motion.
Okay. I'm fine with doing the other 3 all at once if we want to do that, and then
I think there's only
minutes.
Isn't there only one other?
No, there's item 7.
Oh, I
So
see.
there's-
I got
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve. I'll just do them both. The consent agenda is in front of us, correct, Mayor?
Correct.
All right. I'll take up 7 first. I move to adopt the interlocal agreement between the City of Rollingwood and the City of Austin for public health services.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Wendy was first. We've got a motion on the table. Gavin, and a second from Wendy. Discussion, council? Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo,
Aye.
Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
and Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, council. And now, do we want to go back to the meeting minutes in item 6?
Yes, and I'll take a stab at the first motion, which is I move to approve the minutes from the planning and zoning. Wait, where is it? I've lost it. So you have amendments to July 15th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, July 15th. I move to adopt the minutes to the July 28, 2020 Joint City Council, Planning and Zoning Commission, and Rollingwood Community Development Corporation work session.
Second.
Second.
Sorry, Sarah.
All right, we have a motion. We have a motion from Gavin, a second from Wendy. Discussion? Sarah Hudson,
Aye.
Buck Shapiro,
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
I'm abstaining. I didn't hear the motion.
Okay. Gavin Massengill,
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4 with 1 abstention. And does that covers us for the changes?
No.
Oh,
Now we need to do the changes.
Okay, well, you have the floor for the changes, Sarah, for our draft minutes for 7/15/2020.
Okay. And just when I've been trying to find this again, it would be really helpful if we had page numbers on these minutes. Is there a way to do that? Because they are not page numbered. But at the bottom of page 10 of this document, there is a statement there that says, so it's a double negative. It said Sarah Hudson stated that she does not think that the city should not be asking for an evaluation. So it either needs to say that I think it would be best to say she does not think that the city should be asking, so that the not after should needs to be deleted. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where you are.
I know there's no
Sarah,
page.
would you mind giving us the number on the item?
14.
14?
Yes, 14.
Thank you.
And it's like 6 paragraphs or 6 lines down, basically 6 paragraph lines.
So, yeah. Right under the bolded motion where it says Wendy Headley motioned, the next line,
Okay.
the next paragraph down. So
Let me see. So, do you recall what you stated?
yeah, I said I didn't think that the city should be asking for an evaluation of the specific traffic calming measure. It's just that it's written up as a double negative, and pretty sure that's not the way I said it. So just
I
the
can go back
second.
and correct it against the video. I'm sure I did it one way and then tried to change it and didn't finish the thought.
Right. And then under item 15, it looks like there's, so item 15, which is on the next page, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph down there, whatever, where it says get this statement attributed to Gavin. It looks like there's something missing because it doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be saying.
Well, that's fair. It may not have made sense.
I think it made more sense than this, Gavin.
I'm happy to go back and fix those against the video.
Yeah, I mean, it
If
just,
we're okay with approving that here, I can fix them and bring them back next month if you'd like, or we could just approve them here.
yeah, it looks like a part of the the comment got deleted somehow or skipped over.
I'll tell you what, Ashley, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just taking a second pass, or probably knowing you, a third, fourth, or fifth pass, just to ensure how this properly spelled out, and we have the record properly recorded and properly documented, and we'll bring it back next month. Is that comfortable for everybody?
Yep.
Great. All right, thanks. And Ashley, sorry to put a few more things on your plate. Okay, so I think we're good on the consent agenda now. If we could move on into the regular agenda, I'll call up item 8, discussion on the tax notes. And I am going to, so go ahead. Sorry, did I mishear you?
Barry, are you addressing me?
No, sorry, I thought somebody was speaking. I was trying to be respectful, but
I'm muting myself. I think you might have heard my daughters. I'm sorry.
Okay, apologies. Well, in that case, we have the this discussion pulled up. I think there's Amber, if you wanted to maybe give a little bit of context. I know we have both our bond counsel and our financial advisors available.
We do. I just promoted them to panelists, and so I'll tee this up for you. During the one-on-one budget sessions that I had with some of the council members, they had questions surrounding, as far as the tax rate goes, and whether we could pay back all of the tax notes, some of the tax notes. Can we use bond proceeds to pay for the debt service for this year? And so I think I thought they could be here to answer some of your questions to help you decide maybe what tax rate would be most appropriate, since the council chose not to purchase the lot on Vail.
Right. And so if I could just add a little bit color there for anybody tuning in, and just as if council needs a refresher, council voted, I guess, and we took out roughly $2 million worth of tax notes, with 1.2 designated specifically for the potential purchase of 503 Vail, an opportunity that council subsequently decided was not in the best interests of the city. Those monies are still out in the form of tax notes. And so the question ended up coming back with, what is an appropriate usage for those funds now that the presumed use for those funds has been decided against. There are a couple of considerations that brought to my attention that did concern me. Most notably, I'll regale you with a little bit of history. Within weeks of my becoming on as mayor, I had to take a call with the S&P rating services. And what we found was we were fighting to maintain our rating as a AA stable community. Now, why that makes a level of difference is because of, cost of capital. And I'm sure all of you guys are familiar with that. If you're not familiar with the term, you're certainly familiar with how your credit score impacts everything from your loan rates to your credit card rates to whether or not you can even get those kinds of credit opportunities. The city is not too different in that we also have to qualify, and as an entity, a public entity, we are rated in part by the S&P. One of the big talking points for the S&P with the S&P was whether or not we had a plan that we were moving towards. And one of the things that they actually dinged us for initially was that we did not have one, but the discussion came into play that we were in the process of tying these things together. So the concern that immediately popped up in my head was that is there a perceived detriment to us taking these monies out in the form of tax notes and then immediately turning back around and either not spending the money, which was effectively paying it back, or is that less of a concern? I'm not an expert, and I'm not sure that anybody else on this panel is, and therefore we have James Gilley, who has joined us to help us understand what the potential impacts of those funds, usage of those funds, or repayment of those funds might be. And then we also have Jerry Kyle, who is bond counsel, available to help us understand the impacts of our timeline for usage of those funds, as well as what opportunities we as a community may have outside of repayment of those funds. So James, that's long-winded way of getting over to you. I hope you're ready now.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's good to be good to see you all again. As the mayor pointed out, yes, the city maintains an excellent AA rating from Standard & Poor's. They're in the last rating call, the last rating report, the Standard & Poor's did cite a number of, I'd say, weaker areas that that they identified. To just as a side note, to go back to the budgetary discussion, I would certainly encourage you to maintain strong reserves, but that's I just had to get that in as part of the related to the rating report. But the mayor is correct that one of the factors that the city has the most control over in terms of maintaining or improving its rating is what Standard & Poor's calls its management practices and policies and procedures, and that these are things such as a debt management plan, long-term financial plan, capital improvement plan, formal reserve policy. The rating agencies like to see that the city has formal policies that guide your decisions and provide discipline and continuity from one administration to the next. And they like to, you can think of it like this: you're effectively the board of directors of the nonprofit company, and they like to see that the decisions that are made, that they're good, that tough decisions are being made in the interest of the city, and that the city is forward-looking and has a comprehensive plan moving forward. So that's just a little bit of an overview. I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but
hey James.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure that you've been involved in all of these discussions. We've talked a lot about that, what you just outlined, in terms of those long-term plans. And I think we've done an admirable job over the last several years to try to implement a number of those policies. Our quarterly review that we now do, our approach to budgeting that we now undertake. Two things. One, we have looked at some of those items that you just listed, but I think it's always good for us to have a refresher. Can you send us, or send to Amber, and then she'll get it to us, that laundry list of items that you just laid out to us.
Yes, absolutely. Amber and I have been communicating for over the past few years, and we've been discussing this. And I'll have to pull up the last email, the last correspondence that Amber and I had specifically in relation to those reports. And I can.
And I know we've done some of them. In fact, maybe many of them. And I think it's just a good refresher for me to, and also helpful to look back and see what we've accomplished, because we sometimes lose sight of that. But I think it would be good if you can locate that. And I think maybe I was on one of those emails years ago, but I think it would be a good time for us to review that. And there might be some tweaks that we can do, especially now that we've checked the box on some of that lower hanging fruit. And also, as I've said to a number of folks in the community interested in what we do on the comprehensive plan, but some of these items that you're talking about are actually things that I would like to see in our comprehensive plan, because it gives that continuity that you're talking about that the credit rating agencies look at, and it shows that roadmap going forward for future councils to make sure that we're checking the boxes, and also gives an indication to those future councils of why we've made certain decisions that we've made now so that they can be carried forward in the future. And so I think some of what may be outlined in some of that guidance that you're talking about would actually be the very type of thing that I would be interested in seeing in a financial section of our comprehensive plan that we ultimately pull together.
Yes, I think that's an excellent point, and I certainly will try to, as I said, try to track down the last email, the last correspondence. And it's one thing to have these policies and procedures adopted, but rating agencies also like to see that you're implementing them on a continuing basis and that you're adhering to them. So,
great, thank you.
Go ahead, Wendy.
So I have some questions about the tax notes. I think part of the reason that Amber brought this in is just wanting to get some answers about, we took out the tax notes at about $2 million, and we have some liquidity now. And when we took out the tax notes, it was understood that the tax notes could be used toward the purchase of the property. But if we didn't purchase the property, that they could be used towards other infrastructure projects that we need in the city. So what I'm wondering now is, we have our IIP, and we have several, larger projects that we're identifying. And we've talked in the past about moving toward a bond or passing a bond election to get some of our bigger projects done. So does it hurt us in our bond rating if we don't pay this off? That's my first question. And my next question is, if we haven't used the tax notes in a certain time period and we do end up passing a bond, are we able to use the bond proceeds to pay off the tax notes?
For your second question, that's a question for your bond counsel, Jerry Kyle, and I believe, unless he wants to chime in, I think the answer is no. You couldn't use bond proceeds from Series A to pay off Series B. I actually discussed that, had a conversation with him earlier today about that, and again, I'm stealing his words, but he said that would effectively be refunding.
I see.
And to your first question, I'm sorry, would you mind clarifying? You asked if
well, I'm just wondering, we have we worked hard to, keep our bond rating stable, and does it help us or hurt us, I guess, for the tax note to be out there? If we were to pay off the tax note or refund those funds to the tax note, would we be in a better place to pass a bond if we did go out for a bond election?
Well, it's difficult to say. I wouldn't say that that having the tax notes in place would hurt, or I wouldn't say that it would have that much effect on your future bond rating if you went out, asked the voters for a general obligation bond. The city is well under the legal limit for the tax rate. So the rating agencies will like to look at, what's your capacity. If you are at 99% of your legal limit, your legal cap for your INS tax rate, then obviously that could present some challenges. But you have a lot of I would say, I guess, headspace in terms of how much debt you could legally issue. Now, you can issue a lot more debt than you legally than you would like to, I'm sure. But no, I wouldn't say that it would necessarily be a detriment to have those tax notes in place. What the rating agencies are going to look at more is the amount of debt outstanding that you have in terms of your total budget, what the annual payment is in terms of your in terms of your annual revenues and expenditures. And additionally, one thing that they look at is, okay, you have ad valorem tax-backed debt outstanding. Rating agencies will give you credit for what they call self-supporting debt. For example, if you had debt that went to pay a self-supporting enterprise, the utility system, if you paid a portion of that debt service from the utility revenues, then they would give you credit for that, and they would say, okay, well, we will reduce what you're paying from taxes. And so that's one consideration, one thing I would throw out. But I think that's a long way of saying I wouldn't say that the tax notes maintaining the tax notes would have that big of an effect.
And James, I'm sorry, can you all hear me?
Yes.
But we could pay them back at any time, is without penalty, is what I understood. If we did want to refund that, then we could, and it would be without penalty.
Yes, you can. The call feature that we ask for on the tax note is in any time, in whole or in part, so you can effectively pay off a portion of the tax notes or all of the tax notes at any time. Of course, within reason, I wouldn't suggest that you pay a few $1,000s every month. That would be a little bit of a hardship on the investor, the First Tennessee National Bank, I believe.
And it's Jerry Kyle. I'm sorry, I was having a little technical difficulties. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Mayor, council member, on the last point that James was making, I agree. The notes can be redeemed in whole or in part at the city's option at any time. I would submit that kind of to James's point, you wouldn't. I would say it's not advisable to kind of just dribble out proceeds and kind of redeem portions of the notes from time to time. In addition to James's point about the note holder, from the city's perspective, there should be kind of some thought given to why you would be redeeming the notes. In other words, if you made a determination that you don't need a certain amount of the proceeds, that would be a reason to go ahead and redeem $500,000, $750,000, whatever the number is. But I think you want to be cognizant of the fact that the IRS is expecting that when you issued these notes, you had a reasonable expectation that you would use the proceeds for these purposes. And so to the extent that you are redeeming notes, it's because you've made a determination that you don't need the proceeds for those purposes, if that makes sense.
It does. I think it's just, I've had questions from different members of the community, asking, well, you've taken out $2 million in tax notes. Why would, you need a future bond election, or what do you plan to do with the money, or are you going to refund it, or just the different questions that I wanted to make sure that we could talk about on public record so that I had a good understanding of it when I talked to members of the community. I do think it's good for us to have that liquidity for the different projects that we have, because everybody knows we have a long list of infrastructure improvement projects that are not going to be covered with $2 million that will require if a bond in the future if we wanted to actually make a dent in some of our really big infrastructure needs in the city. So I appreciate that explanation. Just of, that we could refund it. It's not really advisable that we do, that we have some liquidity, and that it probably won't hurt our bond rating, or it won't hurt our bond rating to have taken out the tax notes and have that liquidity available to the city right now.
Yeah, no, I would meant to weigh in on the first question about, assuming the city does have a bond election in a year, 2 years, and at that time, you'd ask, could you use proceeds of those bonds to refund the notes? The answer is not really, but you could concurrently, when you issue the new money bonds, you can issue new money and refunding bonds. So you could issue refunding bonds at that time to refund the notes. Not to get too deep in the weeds here, but the refunding component would still be linked to the purposes for which the notes were issued. So you'd still be looking to the state law and the federal tax law limitations as they apply to those tax notes. Those limitations would just kind of transfer over to the refunding bonds. So just something to think about in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Great. Yeah, thank you guys. Do we have any additional questions or thoughts? Go ahead, Amy.
Are we taking up 8 and 9 together right now? Or are we going to separately discuss 9 next?
We certainly can call them up in conjunction. They obviously overlap. Assuming there's no objections to that, and I assume that that's a recommendation. Waiting for objections? No. In which case, I'll also call up item 9, discussion and possible action related to a plan for oversight of the tax note series 2020 issued on May 20th, 2020. Amy, you've been a very vocal advocate for this level of oversight, and I think, I'm sure I agree. Won't put words in the mouth of your colleagues, but I suspect there's a lot of agreement for oversight here. Amy, you want to go ahead and lead on this point?
Sure. Well, I have a question for James and maybe Jerry too first, since we're talking more about oversight. If y'all have seen any types of policies that cities have passed after they've passed tax notes, and then perhaps they haven't used all of the tax note funds immediately, for how they actually decide which infrastructure projects that they would use to pay off those tax notes. Just in the discussion of the types of policies we might set in our comprehensive plan, or the types of things that would look good for our bond rating.
I'm happy to jump in.
Sure.
So yes, policies like that exist for oversight. But in my experience anyway, it's more common to see that with voted bonds, because there you've got kind of a little more of the community has, I'll say, you've contracted with voters as to what you're going to do with the proceeds. Here you've got debt obligations that really don't have that same limitation. So that's not to say oversight isn't necessarily appropriate, but it's just it's kind of a different dynamic, if that makes sense.
Well, I would like to suggest that as I've thought about them, at this point, since we didn't purchase 503 Vail, we do have a larger chunk left. We have a lot of infrastructure. We have different projects that we've done studies on, but I would propose that even before we did those studies, that there is one outstanding item that has been on our engineer's report for years now, which is the cul-de-sac water lines. And if we were to look at kind of some oversight for how we might incrementally choose how to prioritize projects, which I would suggest maybe the oversight would include some criteria for prioritizing. This is at least my recollection, and someone may refresh me that I'm incorrect, but the cul-de-sac water lines, that project came out of the fact that when we passed the water bonds back in 2013, there was an expectation that all of the water lines in the city were going to be updated when that project was completed. And that there was a realization later that there were certain areas that had not been included in the plans. And so those water lines were never fully updated and there were residents that were expecting that. So I think that that's a project where we've had it now on hold and tabled for multiple years and not been able to work it into a budget. But waiting until we would go out for a bond, I will just say that I think we've already received approval to update all of the water lines in the city so that everyone in the city has updated water lines. So I would propose that would be a project that we could look at prioritizing. And then I think that looking at ways to set some criteria for how we would prioritize the other projects that we've done studies on and that are remaining with the remaining dollars would allow residents to understand why we're spending the dollars that we have remaining and to participate in commenting on that process as well. That's all.
Great. Well, you say that's all. That's quite a bit. Just to make sure that I fully understand your point. A number of years ago, there was we'll call it a popular vote from the citizenry to allocate tax dollars to waterline upgrades, and that when the projects were undertaken, the money available.
It was actually past bonds for those projects. Yeah.
Bonds. So, and those are some of the bonds that we're still actually paying off, correct? So, the idea then that there wasn't enough money in the kitty, so to speak, to make sure that all water lines throughout the city were upgraded per that bond, and despite the fact that that was obviously the desire of at least the majority of the community when they voted in favor of the bonds. Is that a fair summary of your point?
That is my assessment of what some of the reasons why there was movement to make sure to study the cul-de-sac water lines and try to make sure that those would also be finished, and that they've been tabled and on hold for many years now.
I certainly appreciate you bringing up that point, especially in light of some of the criticism that we received for these tax notes. Was concern from the public that there wasn't, or they didn't necessarily feel that they had a direct voice in the council issuance of the tax notes. So this might be one of those ways in which the spending of those monies, we're actually bridging that gap. And perhaps those same folks might see it as such. Is that along your lines of thinking?
It is. And I also just think it's important for our infrastructure overall that when people move into the city and purchase a home, or if someone's trying to sell a home, that they have water line connectivity that is consistent in its quality and size throughout the city.
No, I think it's points excellently made. Thank you very much, Amy.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir. Go for it, Gavin.
So I agree with all of the points Amy just laid out. So if we assume, that perhaps the cul-de-sacs would be an appropriate expenditure of those tax note funds, We've already discussed at the time that we issued the tax notes that we have an existing obligation that we're all very well aware of that would address the drainage needs of roughly 14 to 17 homes around the Hubbard Circle area. So if those two projects, if we agree that those are sort of the, maybe the first two projects that we would address with the tax note series, what then would the oversight component, what would be left for the oversight component that you have envisioned?
I'm not sure how much would be remaining after that. I haven't seen the last quote from the engineers on that project. The numbers that we had were from, I think, 2019. So, yeah, they prepared updated cost estimates on April 17th, 2019, with 2019 unit costs and added mobilization and a 20% contingency. I guess, and maybe I'm using the wrong term. I don't know if it's oversight or policies, but it would be some type of process by which the public would be able to participate in commenting on how we are going to use the rest of these funds. I'm proposing that the water line, the cul-de-sac water line project, I think is one that I would like to put out there for consideration. Maybe we put out multiple projects at the same time and at least receive feedback. Maybe we decide that these are the two that we want to go forward with first, and then with the remaining proceeds, we receive public comment on other types of projects. Maybe we set some parameters for the types of projects first. I'm not totally sure. I think that's for us to talk about, so that we have some clarity on how we're deciding how to use the money.
I think that's great, and I think it's important, and I do think that we need to probably get moving on some of that, because we do have the liquidity here with these tax notes, and I think we should put them to good use for the entire community. Again, I've said this before, I see these tax notes as a cash flow issue for us. I mean, these are projects that we have identified and that we have costs on, but that we don't have the current ability from a cash flow perspective to address. And so I think your approach is a good approach.
Mayor, if I could interject just one thought.
Yes, go ahead.
When we drafted the purpose language, we as we discussed at the time, try to keep it very broad, and it is very broad, but there are still some kind of constraints there. So as y'all prepare your list, I would encourage you to think about the purpose language, and especially with regard to utilities. I mean, I don't think we could have been any broader, but just want to make sure y'all are aware of that.
Great. I know we appreciate that, and without question, I think we'll be consulting with you, not just on the purpose but portion, but also, if memory serves, we actually have a timeline or certain hurdles for deployment of certain increments of the funds. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a couple of considerations. One is one we talked about before, which is the requirement that the city have a reasonable expectation at the time of issuance that at least 5% of the proceeds will be kind of the subject of a contract within 6 months, and then 85% of the proceeds would be spent within 3 years. And then separate and apart from that, there's the rebate exceptions. James, I think you had provided some analysis to the city on that, so I'll let you speak to that if you'd like.
Sure. There are there's a arbitrage rebate compliance is a fascinating subject that I'm sure that will interest all of you. But essentially, the federal government doesn't want you to borrow money at a tax exempt rate, invest it and earn a yield that is higher than your borrowing rate, because then they don't get to tax you on that. So there's certain exemptions where you don't have to maintain you don't have to conduct an arbitrage rebate examination or calculation, and there are a few safe harbor. They're called it's a safe harbor exemption. It's essentially, one of them is if all the proceeds are spent within the first 6 months of the date of issuance, or if the proceeds are spent to this certain schedule, 15% of the proceeds within 6 months, 60% of the proceeds within 12 months, and so on. And there's certain, there are these certain tranches that you can spend down the money and avoid having to conduct these arbitrage rebate compliance calculations, which there are certain firms that specialize in that. But anyway, I think that if we can certainly, it'd be something we'd have to talk to you all about and look at exactly what the plan for spending, what the construction schedule would be to determine whether or not y'all fell into those exemptions.
And yeah, I think James, to your point, there's more than one spend down, framework that you can try to qualify for. The bottom line with that though is if you don't meet those exceptions, then you just pay rebate. So it's it's not a fatal issue if you don't meet the spend down requirements.
Okay. Great. Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the time to join us this evening and give us this level of detail and background. Council, before I let these guys get back to their Wednesday evenings, do you have any additional thoughts or questions for them? All right. Thank you. Thanks again, guys. We will, I'm sure, be in touch soon as we wade through this. You might just stick around for the next 2 minutes to see if council is inclined to take action one way or another, just so we know what direction we're hitting the ground in tomorrow. With that, absolutely. Thanks. Council, do we have, we've called up 8, obviously was just discussion, but we called up 9 as well, which contemplates possible action. Do we have anybody interested in making a motion one way or another?
I don't have a specific motion prepared, so if somebody wants to make one, they can. I added it in case there was something that came from the conversation that would be beneficial to take action on this month versus in a future month.
Well, just to ensure that we are kind of moving forward with things, and I suspect, I hope that's where Gavin was about to go before I jumped in. We have already started consideration for the Hubbard project, and we'll need to revisit where exactly we are with that. My understanding that we're still working on some discussions with our engineers, L&B, in that regard. Do you guys have any direction that you want to maybe point me and Amber in as far as next steps for the balance of those funds?
My thought would be, why don't we take a look at the IIP and kind of cross-reference some of those projects with the guidelines and the scope in the notes that were issued. See which ones match up, and maybe see, try to kind of balance the most bang for our buck versus looking at the IIP and maybe taking a few of the larger dollar projects. Let's see if we couldn't knock out some of the lower hanging fruit with a few of those projects that have been identified in the IIP, and then bring those back to council for some consideration.
And if I could just add a little bit there, we also have a CIP, which emphasizes and focuses on our water lines. In truth, that's obviously, our IIP, for those that aren't familiar and joining us in the audience, is our infrastructure improvement project. The first aspect of our infrastructure improvement project was drainage, a large drainage study conducted by Kay Freeze. But by no instance is that the extent of our infrastructure needs. Obviously, as we've just discussed, the CIP, as it's been commonly called, That was last updated in 2013. I understand LNV is currently working an updated version for 2020. And we also, of course, have our spatial needs assessment, which is regards to infrastructure for municipal facilities, notably City Hall and the police station. Just go ahead, Amy.
I would like to see and be reminded of the cost of the cul-de-sac projects. And then to Gavin's point, if you're looking at the lower hanging fruit on the IIP, I wonder if we might be able to realize savings by, if we're digging up roadways to have to put in updated water lines, can we also focus the drainage infrastructure that might be in the same place?
Yes.
That would be amazing.
Tell you what, guys, you're dangerously close to wading into comprehensive planning. Dangerously close. Yes, I think you're understanding where some potential value adds are.
And I totally echo what Amy just said. I've always advocated, I think that's hugely important for us to look at those overlapping plans and try to see where there is true overlap in the projects.
Okay. Sarah, I saw your hand up. Go for it.
Yeah, we also got an email here in the last week or two about the drainage over there on the Nixon Pleasant intersection. And we had a proposed plan to fix that and kind of shelved it because of some problems with easements, which I think have been worked out. So that might be another one that we should consider for these funds.
Agreed.
And Wendy, I think you also had your hand up. No way. Not taking ownership of that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so no formal action, but Amber, I think you and I probably heard enough to understand kind of how we need to hit the ground and bring some options back for council's consideration for next month's meeting. Is that a fair assessment, Amber?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Okay, with that, council, we're going to move on to item 10. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance authorizing the election of unopposed candidates for the positions of 2 council members and the position of mayor, and canceling the November 3rd, 2020 general election. For those council members that put their paperwork in, notably Councilmember Hudson and Gavin, Councilmember Massengill, thank you both for your willingness to undertake what is a difficult job on a good day. And for the clarification, the reason this item is on the agenda surprisingly has nothing to do with the pandemic. It has nothing to do with voter suppression or any fun things that might otherwise be the conversation du jour. It's simply because nobody else stepped up to spend the time to do some of this work. Now, heard a lot of folks suggest a level of willingness to get involved, and I tell you, I'm a little taken aback. But don't worry, there are still opportunities for you to get involved, especially on some of these items that you feel very strongly about. We have boards and commissions that are available, and we will, of course, have a subsequent election in a couple of years. Again, thanks
next year
to Sarah and Gavin for willing to do the heavy lifting again. And with that, if there's any, well, let's go ahead and call for some action on this. And then if you guys want to discuss, we can.
I move to, oh, go ahead, Amy.
You got it.
No, I'm a motion box. You go ahead. I'm going to mute.
I move to adopt the ordinance authorizing the election of unopposed candidates for the positions of 2 council members and the position of mayor, and canceling the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Do I need to name who is in each of those positions? I'm just reading off of the.
I will defer to some of our smarter administration on whether or not that is clear enough. Or Charlie, you want to weigh in there? Oh, caught you sleeping, Charlie.
No, yeah, I have to stand up. I defer to, I defer to staff as to whether or not it's enough information for them. They're the ones that
Fair.
have to do up the minutes.
Ashley, are you,
Not
are you
necessarily.
comfortable with that? You're good with it?
It's fine. Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, there's your answer. We have the motion from Amy, a second from Wendy. Do we have any discussion, council?
Thank you for continuing to serve, Gavin and Sarah and Mike, and look forward to serving with you more. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's-
Happy to do it.
Yeah. Likewise. Assuming no hands are raised. No, then we will go right on to calling the vote. Sarah?
Aye.
Buck?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Wendy?
Aye.
You were paused there for a second. And Gavin?
Aye.
Great. Looking forward to continuing working with everybody. Thanks a lot. We'll move on to item 11, discussion and possible action on proposed communication and social media policies for the city of Rollingwood. I'm going to open this up largely to Wendy Hundley and Ashley Wayman. I just want to underscore again that we've heard a lot of commentary from the public about our communication and city communications, and we are continuing to try to improve that. Obviously, we recognize that we have deficiencies. I think we've come a long way. There's obviously room for improvement, and thankfully, both Wendy and Ashley have really made this a key point to focus on. With that, Wendy, would you like to discuss the policies? I mean, you kind of really took the bull by the horns on this one.
Sure. So last year we worked on drafting communications policy, and we took it out for legal review, and Ashley just sort of took it over the home plate and got it done. And I think we have a good policy to work with that we can improve upon as we try to improve our transparency and communication to the community. And Amber and Ashley and I did have a little conversation before this meeting that during this agenda item, we wanted to bring to the council the idea of having a message board on the city website, which is allowed by state code. I know a lot of people are aware, but some people aren't, that we are a city council and we are governed by the Open Meetings Act. And so we are a body of 5 voting members. The mayor does not have a vote unless there's a tie and a person is absent from the council and there's a tie, and that the mayor would be the tiebreaker vote. But normally he just gets to work for us and do all the heavy lifting and bring ideas to us, but he does not have a vote. The city council, we are subject to the Open Meetings Act, which means we cannot speak with one another about city business outside of an open meeting that is noticed to the public, like this one. And so if we have a conversation with one other council member, then that is the limit of what we can talk to the other council, to each other about, that's involving city business without having a quorum. And a quorum is members of a voting body that could vote on something. So 3 members of the city council would constitute a quorum or a walking quorum if we were to speak about city business outside of a public meeting. So it may feel like sometimes we are not able to respond quickly to issues that might arise when community members bring issues up. And we do, we've had extra meetings, but But there is limitations to what we can do as a body together, because no one council member can speak for the city council. We can speak together as a governing body. So this message board is actually allowed via state law to be on the city website, and it would be a vehicle where the city council could have conversations with one another in a format that is accessible to the public at all times. It'd be one click away from the homepage. And so that is just something that we wanted to talk about bringing to the city council. And I can cite the city code where it's allowed, but I of course lost the email when I brought this up. But I did want to kind of get some feedback from the city council of whether or not y'all would feel that that's a vehicle that would help us to improve communication with our constituents and some transparency, so people would see, you know, conversations. And it just allow us to have conversations, which we can't have now outside of an open meeting.
Wendy, I can send around the information that you sent. I think it's helpful for council to see how that message board works and how the elected officials are able to interact with each other. It was pretty educational what you sent around, so we're happy to do that.
Thank you. And the state law governing the communication between meetings, it's actually in section 551.006, written electronic communications accessible to public. If anyone out there likes to look up city code like the rest of us do, you can look that up.
I have a question for clarification. Is this so? I did read through these documents, but the message board didn't pop out to me. Is it covered? And can you point to me where it's covered?
So it was a conversation that I had with Ashley and Amber and Gavin yesterday. So I couldn't talk to you about it because of the Open Meeting Act, because I already talked to another council member. But we did, you know, see, we did. It was a great example. But we talked about it, and I asked, you know, do you think this would be a good idea? And so we thought it'd be good to just bring it before the council and see if there was interest in having that that other communication vehicle available. So it wasn't in the package, but we did think it fell under this communication policies agenda item to be able to talk about it.
Okay, so we could approve these today and also add on that you're going to amend it to include the message board.
Yes, we'll bring it back for an amendment if y'all are okay with that.
Couldn't we just get that added in and then approve it all at once?
I don't know that they are exclusive. I think that there's not really, I mean, I think direction from the city council is what we're looking for, of whether or not we want to add that feature to the website. The communication policy, I think, is ready to get across the finish line, and we can amend it and bring it back with that amendment. But I feel like it's ready to pass where it is, just so that the public will have that communication policy and see which vehicles that we use to communicate, and hopefully we'll provide information for the public so that there's more transparency about the different communication methods that we have right now, which is, I think, what people have been calling for. And that's the intent behind bringing the communication policy. And this add-in about the city website just sort of happened from our conversation yesterday, which doesn't affect the content of the communication policy.
Well, I can see a couple places where it would have an impact, because my reading is that if the council members can't post anything to the website and can't post anything to the city social media accounts, then council doesn't really need to be covered under the social media policy. But if we are considering changing that so that we could post on those vehicles, then that makes it different.
The social media policy are just they're not rules, they're guidelines for consideration. Their rules are actually established by the Open Meeting Act and state code. You we as city council members cannot post information about city business in a private forum like Nextdoor because it is not accessible to the entire public. So we couldn't go to Nextdoor and start talking about city business because, you know, Leslie Bassman's on this call right now listening to the discussion. She wouldn't be able to access that information as a member of the public. If you have a web page that is dedicated to you as a council member and it's open and accessible to everyone in the public, you can talk about city business there. That's okay. If you have a private social media account that you use that you keep private and you want to talk about city business there, then it is automatically opened up to the public because it has to be publicly accessible. So these are just, this is information so that as we have leaders coming in and leaving in the, in our transient nature of volunteers, that people can understand how social media can and can't be used. And then it also helps the public to understand, you know, what our limitations are when we don't go on Nextdoor and respond to post in there when there's community discussion going on, because we can't do that on Nextdoor. It's not allowed because that's a private social network. So hopefully it will help, you know, people understand just what those limitations are. But the discussion board on the city website that's allowed via section 551.006, it allows for the communication and exchange of information between the governmental body about public business or public policy. It does only allow the city council to post on it. It's the general public is not allowed to post on it because the code prohibits that, but city staff and city council can post on it. But it would be a vehicle where we could talk about different items in affecting our city in an open public forum and be able to open that line of communication and transparency for our citizens, which is what I think people have been continuing to ask for. So it's another vehicle for that.
Amy, go ahead.
I feel comfortable with the two policies that have been put before us as they stand right now, making a motion on those. I think on the question of the message board, I personally would like to have an opportunity to see what a couple of different cities do with it. And then if we decide to do it, to go back and make any amendments that we need to these policies after that. Because I think that there's, like, I know that the city of Austin does it a little differently where I think all the emails that come in from the public are also on theirs. So I kind of would like to see I'd like to see some examples of what other cities are doing and what that looks like and understand it before I approve it myself.
Yeah, City of Austin has their staff and city council members able to post, but I don't believe that it is open to the general public. But again, I'd have to look at it. But the message board they use is free, and we looked into it, and it's kind of a glitchy, clunky system. I hope I didn't offend anyone who writes that, but we are looking at a message board that is a little cleaner and easier to use, that we can integrate in with our website. And so I'll be happy to send that around to everybody along with the code and the information that I sent to Gavin. I'll send it through Ashley because I don't want to violate the Open Meetings Act and Public Information Act. So I will have Ashley distribute that to the City Council.
I mean, I like the idea. I just would like to be able to see maybe some examples of what we're heading towards and determine whether there's anything that's unique for our city in our community values and how we might implement it before I would vote for it.
That's fair. I'll send it out and then we can have an agenda item. If you want to have a more formal vote on it, we can just add it to the next month's agenda. That's perfectly fine with me. But we'll kind of work and make sure everybody has the information, and that we also can find out what resources from our network architects it will take to get it set up and have that budget number, which should hopefully be minimal since the software is for free.
Yeah, I want to see some examples from small cities where council members are not paid and where they don't have staff who could post on their behalf.
I don't know if I have those examples for you, but I did. I mean, I did find this code was newly added in into the Public Information Open Meetings Act, and I think it's so that we can have conversations between meetings because it's been very restrictive the way that the Open Meetings Act is written, where sometimes we may need to have conversations with one another between meetings, and we can't without calling a special meeting. And it just could help the staff to get some answers from us quicker, or for us to just be able to clear the air when there's issues that jump up in the city that we may need to offer some clarification on. It will give us a vehicle to do that. So
I'm excited. I just want to look at it a little bit more.
Okay.
Great. All right. We've had a lot of discussion. I think I even heard somebody toying with the idea of action. Do we have any action on this, council, or any additional discussion?
I close my agenda if anyone else wants to make the motion while I'm pulling it back up.
I'll move to approve the communication and social media policies for the city of Rollingwood.
Second.
We have a motion from Amy and a second from Wendy. Do we have additional discussion, council? Go for it, Sarah.
Yeah, so on the social media policy, the disclaimer says that the city administrator has to approve everything that is posted, or that the city disavows anything that's not approved by the city administrator. And I guess that strikes me as not appropriate for something that would be posted by a council member. So I have a concern about that. And then on the communications policy, let me get over to that one.
Sarah, can I clarify? Are you concerned about the city administrator that proposed policy just as things stand right now, or if we were to add the message board?
Well, my point being that I didn't think that this council members have access to any of the social media accounts for the city, which is why I wondered why that was supposed to be applying to council members. And so if there's no place for council members to post right now, then it seems like the whole policy wouldn't be applying to council members in the first place.
Well, I have to log into the city website because I helped to set up the website and the social media. So if I went rogue, it would apply to me. You never know. I could just start posting. I wouldn't, but I think it does apply to across the board. We don't want people to have, we don't want access to anyone to post on behalf of the city. And it should apply across the board to all employees and volunteers alike, that the communications that come from the city are overseen by our city administrator. So I think that it should stand personally, but I hear your point.
Well, and that brings me to the other point, which is under the communication policy under items 4A, where it says city website. It says the city's website is managed by city staff. And if you have access to post on the website, then that's not an accurate statement.
Yeah, I don't post on the website anymore. It's more when we set it up, and this policy is being adopted now. So I don't see myself continuing to post information. Have competent staff that's able to do it, but I do. I have helped to set up the website. It's true.
But you still have access.
Yes.
So to me, that should be, if the city staff is managing it and we say the city staff is managing it, then the city staff should be the only ones that have access to it.
Okay, that's fine with me. Nothing needs to be changed with the policy, right?
Right. I just want to make sure that what we're saying in the policy is true.
Sure. I mean, I don't even know that I remember the password to log into the website since it's been so long since I've done it, but I think that they could remove me from that group if I still have access. I am okay with that as soon as we adopt this policy. Okay.
Well,
I am not going rogue on the website.
It says managed, not only accessed by city staff. So just because Wendy might have a login to the website to occasionally make a quick update here and there doesn't mean it's not being managed by city staff.
But that's giving her access to a city-sponsored communications system that no other council members have.
Two
Well,
other council members want it.
yeah.
I mean, it was my pet project. I set it up. I wrote out most of the text for the website. So it's not there's nothing going out on that's crazy. I think that it was a needed update to the website. It's more functional. We have live streaming. We have more content up there, better links. I take ownership for all of the edits I've made to the website and the pages I've created, but I'm not out to take over the website world. I do have training on the website. I know how it works. Often if the staff has a question and they don't know how to figure it out, how to set up a page a certain way, I'm able to assist because I have knowledge with how to do that. So I'm happy to volunteer my time doing it. If you would like to volunteer your time to help with the website, I think that the staff would appreciate that if you have that expertise.
I do not have that expertise, and I do not want to volunteer my time to do that, but I know that it caused concerns by some of the staff in the past. And so I just wanted to make sure that we were not.
Well, the staff member who was concerned about it didn't want to change the website, and that staff member is no longer here. And if there are staff members that are here that are concerned about it, then I'm happy to remove myself from that capacity.
So I just want to make sure that we're not, first of all, not saying something in our policy that's not correct. And second of all, that we're not causing confusion or stepping on toes or doing anything else with the system that we have set up. So.
Well, staff, if I'm stepping on your toes at all, please let me know, and I will not do it.
I would say you have been lifting us up, not stepping on toes. Thanks for your help.
I just would like to say thank you to Wendy for making changes to the website so that for the first time when you actually helped set policy first with the council that then one of our staff members was not willing to implement, to include live video streams and recordings of our meetings on the website where the public could access them at any time instead of having to email the city secretary first. I appreciate you first getting that policy set by the council and then making sure that it actually happened on our website.
Thank you.
We all know, right, that we wouldn't be able to function as a council during certainly the early days of this pandemic if those actions hadn't been taken and taken in a timely fashion. Turns out, unlike most small communities, we were ahead of the curve because of some of the communication policies and technology updates that we did adopt early. So I commend everybody that was involved in making that decision and ensuring that Rolling Wood was, as I mentioned, ahead of the curve.
Thank you, and I appreciate the council's support in budgeting for it and setting it up, and I think it's fantastic, and we will continue to improve on it. And I'm ready to vote if anyone else is.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. Well, we have a motion and a second. No additional discussion, or any additional discussion is probably a more positive way to say that. Sarah Hudson.
Aye.
Buck Shapiro.
Aye.
Amy Patillo.
Aye.
Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Gavin Massagill.
Aye.
All right. Ayes have it. Motion passes unanimously. Again, a lot of thoughtful work here, and guys, you know, even if at some point we decide or we learn that this is an imperfect document, I know that you're not afraid to go back and make meaningful changes, as if in the off chance unintended consequences do come from. Turns out we do have that ability as well. And I have every faith that staff will let us know what's working in our best interests and what, if anything, may not be. So, guys, thanks again. And we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is, let's see, there we are. The budget. There you go. Man of the hour, Gavin. Discussion and possible action to set a public hearing on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget on September 16th, 2020. Sorry, that was a big buildup for a letdown.
I move to set a public hearing on the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget for September 16th, 2020.
We have a
Second.
motion. We have a motion and a second. Discussion, council. Date works for everybody, presumably for staff as well. That's why it's on here. Okay, we'll call the vote then. Sarah, the motion on the table is to for a public hearing on the budget set for September 16th, 2020. You're first in the hopper.
Aye.
Buck Shapiro.
Aye.
Amy Patillo. Wendy Hundley.
Aye.
Gavin Massagill.
Aye.
Great. All right. I will see you guys at least again on September 16th, not before. Item 13, discussion and possible action on setting a proposed ad valorem tax rate for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Amber, Gavin, there you go. This is, I didn't want to take the, yeah, here, I'm not taking the air out of your sail. Go for it, buddy.
No, I'm ready to go.
All right.
I move to, sorry, my battery's going down. I move to set a proposed ad valorem tax rate for fiscal year 2020-2021 at the 8% de minimis rate of 0.24223. That's my motion, and we'll discuss it in a second.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second, council?
Second.
Hold on, I'm looking back at my notes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Gavin, a second from Amy. Just to be clear, that is a tactic that we have used year after year, which is voting now basically to preserve our options as we move towards a final vote, which will be coming up soon. Gavin and Amy, did I properly encapsulate your thinking there?
Yes, you did, Mayor. This is the rate that we have, or the percentage of the rate that we have adopted the past many years that maximizes our option going into our final decision. This rate raises $136,197 additional dollars from our last year's rate. Again, just to reiterate what I said earlier in our workshop, it will be my intent to encourage the council members to stick with me on a lower rate, which would most likely be the no new revenue rate of 0.2328. We can discuss that further at the next workshop once we get our final numbers and come to some conclusion on the payroll decisions that we discussed earlier in the workshop. But this rate does give us that flexibility, but the intent would be to go with a lower rate. But this does preserve our options going into that final vote.
Great. And if I could just encourage you to, if we're going to try to tackle that lower rate, to help our fellow friends, residents, and neighbors understand that certain lifestyles cost certain monies, and we have to have the money to afford it. Either that or adjust our expectations accordingly. With that, you have a motion in the second, council. Do we have any other discussion? No, not hearing any. Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Buck Shapiro?
Aye.
Amy Patillo?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
Great. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, council. We're going to call up item, let's see. Sorry, 14, discussion and possible action to set a public hearing on the proposed ad valorem tax rate on September 16th, 2020.
I move to set a public hearing on the proposed ad valorem tax rate of 0.24223 on September 16th, 2020.
Second.
We have a motion from Gavin and a second from Wendy. Do we have discussion, council? Not hearing any. Sarah Hudson?
Aye.
Buck Shapiro?
Aye.
Wendy Hundley?
Aye.
Gavin Massengill?
Aye.
And for the record, I have Amy Patillo on the dais. I'm assuming this is a supermajority anyway, correct? Amber? Ashley?
Yes.
Either way, we're
This
good.
will work. This will work.
Great. Well, the motion carries 4-0 with Amy Patillo not on the dais. Item 15, discussion and possible action to address community response related to the preparation of the comprehensive plan. This is the doozy, and obviously a lot of discussions been had. We've received a lot of communications from the public, which is fantastic. Exactly what we want. The idea of greater engagement. Sarah, you requested specifically that this item appear on the agenda. I'll happily give you the floor to get this discussion kicked off.
Okay. The first thing, and I noticed when I was reading through the minutes and some of the other discussions that we had in the packet last night, is that there were a number of instances in previous discussion that talked about, and it's been mentioned, and it's, I think, been in some of the news articles, that having a comprehensive plan is a requirement of state law. And my understanding is that it is not a requirement. It is an option. And I want to make sure that we get that clarified up front. So, Charlie?
Yes,
Is
could
he
you
still
repeat
here?
the question? Yeah, I'm still here. Repeat the question.
So, a comprehensive plan, is it a requirement of state law or is it an option under state law?
According to the law, in order to zone property, you need to have a comprehensive plan.
Okay. Because the citations that I was getting from other people indicated that it wasn't, that you may have a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, there's a provision in the code that says that zoning must be in compliance with a comprehensive plan. And that's been interpreted to mean that you have to have a comprehensive plan and the zoning must be in compliance with it.
So we have been out of compliance since
65 years. Yeah, 65 years.
Well, technically, Sarah, and this is a point that I've alluded to in the past, and I'll just say it. If you'll recall, several years ago, during the adoption of our zoning map, we sort of couched it as our comprehensive plan, and I don't think it was ever. I don't think that meets the letter or the spirit of the law under section 213.005, where it talks about a notation on a map of a comprehensive plan. It's kind of apples and oranges in this discussion, to be honest with you. But my point being, we were out of compliance, but then we sort of pretended like we were getting into compliance by adopting a zoning map and calling it a comprehensive plan. It was kind of the best thing we could come up with at the time. But when I talk about coming into the compliance, my point is, I don't think that adoption of that zoning map years ago really met the spirit of the law, and so that's what I'm talking about when I talk about trying to get into compliance with the code.
Yeah, 211.004 says specifically zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the comprehensive plan.
Amy,
Yeah. So, Gavin, can you clarify what year you think the zoning map was adopted?
I don't recall.
Because we did have one come before us in 2018, but we never actually adopted it. We had that discussion, and then there were a lot of questions that I brought up about the fact that there had been apparently some de-annexation of our city that the city engineers hadn't caught, and that they didn't answer my questions before the meeting about. And so we put that on hold for them to go and do that research. And then because I have looked at this issue at length, and it never came back, and it was never fully adopted, from my understanding.
Okay.
So the last map that we have,
Sure.
the last map we have that's not even signed is from 2014.
Yeah, and I'm happy to stand corrected on that. It was just kind of a lingering question in my mind. I didn't recall if it ever came back before council years ago, and if it didn't, great. But that was kind of my lingering concern that really has nothing to do with this current discussion. But it was it was a loose end in my mind that needed to be clarified.
And I agree with that that memory of it that we were talking about. Could this be kind of the stopgap marked as comprehensive plan, and that there was discussion about doing that, but then it was never fully brought back to vote on it. So we still don't even have that document. I just wanted to clarify that there's been some.
No, that's good. That's a great clarification. And so then we would go back into a true non-compliance, I suppose. And I do, and Sarah, I've had those similar conversations. So I would go back to Charlie. Are there court cases that have determined that? Because I 213 the same way, that it's permissive, and whether we have the option to adopt it or not. It seems 213.002 seems permissive on its face. Did we lose Charlie?
Well, I actually addressed this issue when we had our workshop.
I was on mute. Sorry, I was talking for a while, but on mute. Not sure if there's a case directly on point with respect to the issue, but the way this is dealt with is 213 is a separate statutory provision from Chapter 211. So as you know, you can be a city and not have zoning, right? You can be a general law city and not have zoning. There are cities in existence that have refused to adopt zoning. One of them being Houston. Right? Okay. It's not a general law city, but it's still a home rule city, and they don't have zoning. So 213 is a separate statutory provision with respect to the adoption of a comprehensive plan. And it is, you are correct, it is permissive. It says you may. However, 211 is the zoning statute. And 211 says specifically that you have to adopt zoning in compliance with a comprehensive plan. And so if you have zoning, then you must have a comprehensive plan. If you don't have zoning, you can have one or you don't have to have one. It just depends. It's permissive based on Chapter 213.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, well, I had heard concerns about that, and I just wanted to make sure that we were clear what the requirements were. And also to point out that, you know, when we were talking about the master park plan, the comment was made that we've never had one before, which was not true. We'd had one before. It wasn't nearly as involved and robust and, you know,
It was a map, just a map.
which said park master plan, and that's what it was designed for. So we were judging things under today's standards that were done in the past. So I'm just saying that there may have been a similar case here where there was a comprehensive plan that would not meet today's standards, but something that was done in the past that was used to base our zoning on. But
Just to be clear, Sarah, and for anybody else that's expressed concerns in this regard, I don't think it's certainly not my intent. It has never been my intent, and I'd be surprised if it was the intent of anybody else here to suggest that anybody else doing these jobs, our jobs, so to speak, in years past have done anything more than or less than the best that they could and the city could, given the time, the resources, and the circumstances. I don't think anything that we're talking about, I hope that anything that we're talking about now and today is never taken to imply, or to the detriment of any service that any of our volunteers have provided to the city. If that's never been the case, certainly for anything that I've said, I express to anybody that was offended by that my deepest and most sincere apologies. That is not the intent, and certainly not judging the decisions that were made previously in the city. None of us, or few of us, were around, and even if we were around, we weren't necessarily sitting or walking in their proverbial shoes. So I for one, wouldn't presume to suggest one way or another the actions they undertook were good or bad. They were taken. They were taken for a reason, and I'm going to, certainly in my part, choose to believe that they were undertaken for beneficial reasons, or reasons beneficial to the community. And so the question that now, in my mind, and I think before all of us, is now that we're in our current circumstances, in the current shoes, so to speak, how are we going to walk in them? And it's my hope, and I've expressed this from day one. I think that we still figure out how best to change with the changing circumstances. I do think it's important for us all to understand it's not just Rollingwood that has grown and is dealing with changing circumstances and times. It is an entire community around us. It is a litany and a laundry list of stakeholders around our community that in truth don't care about our quality of life and lifestyle unless we strongly encourage them to care. And one thing that makes them more likely to be strongly encouraged is a comprehensive plan moving forward. When we're able to sit down and not just say this is what Rollingwood is, but to demonstrate in actual terms, in an actual document, this is what we're about, right? That is critical for us in conversations with regional stakeholders. And when I say regional stakeholders, I'm talking to anybody from Campo to CTRMA, where we're discussing what may be done to roadways through our town, right, that are going to impact one way or another our quality of life. I'm talking about adjoining communities. You mentioned earlier in our meeting the Zilker Preserve. That you're right. That is a Zilker Preserve. That is a preservation that the city of Rollingwood has exactly zero control over. That is a piece of property that may or may not fall one way or another, and it's at the whim of a bunch of stakeholders that are not Rollingwood. These are the kinds of considerations that we have in front of us. It's not just enough for us to deal with our 0.8 of a square mile. We have to understand how the rest of these community and regional stakeholders are going to interact with us. And the best way for us to do that is to quite literally put a document in front of them and say, this is what we're moving towards. It has nothing to do with the whims and fancies of 5 people, as they may sit on council, or mayor sitting in that 6th seat. It has nothing to do with that. This is what we as a community have said we're about. That is what I'm hoping that we'll be able to memorialize after a very robust and intelligent conversation, community-wide conversation. There's been questions about whether or not this should be data-driven or driven by anything other than community. And the short answer is, of course it shouldn't. This is a community plan. It should be driven by our community, plain and simple. And I'm confident that that's where we're going to get. And I say I'm confident that's where we're going to get because, quite truthfully, we don't have much of an option. We do need to figure this out, and we do need to figure this out in such a way that it sets us up not just for success today, tomorrow, but for 5 and 10 years down the road. We keep talking about financing options. I've heard a lot of discussion, even just this evening, about bonds and other financing opportunities. We don't have those opportunities if we cannot communicate to the lenders comprehensive planning. We just can't, right? It's just, we heard it from bond counsel this evening and our financial advisors just this evening. If you cannot explain and what the use of funds are for, and then turn around and use the data to back up what the community has decided and why, that cost of capital, the best case scenario for you is your cost of capital goes up, right? That's what we're trying to get across. And contrary to some of the the misunderstandings, and I'll take as much responsibility as folks want to give me for really rolling out this conversation in the early hours poorly. That's on me. But this is why we're doing this. Cost of capital at some point is going to become cost prohibitive for us. We talk in terms of wanting to keep our tax rate low. We should endeavor to do that. We also talk in terms of upgrading our infrastructure. We should endeavor to do that. We talk in terms of quality of life and our lifestyle. And those, everything, top to bottom, our utilities on down to how nice we want the turf in our park. It all costs money, and it has to come from somewhere. And we have to be thoughtful in how we are going to garner that. If not, we're going to continue to price people out of our community, including the people that helped us create the community that we all wanted to be a part of. And we're actively working to improve efficiencies for, right? So that's the idea behind this comprehensive plan. Not to slander anybody that has done tremendous work for our city in years past. Those are the folks that helped get us here. We're the folks that are helping to get us through the next several years. So, sorry for my soapbox. I've obviously I don't have, very similar to you guys, the luxury of being able to tune into a public forum and post all of that. But just to make sure that folks understand why we undertook this process. It wasn't a process that started a couple of months ago. It wasn't a process that started with me. It wasn't a process that started with most of you. This has been something that the city has been working towards for years. We have tremendous, comprehensive plans. We have tremendous data based on reports that have been generated by third parties going back a couple of decades. What we are attempting to do now is to pull this into a thoughtful document, into a thoughtful plan, so that we can all have a conversation and fully understand what it means to be a part of Rollingwood today, tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years down the road. That's where we're trying to get. I understand this has caused some anxiety. I wish that wasn't the case. And again, for the miscommunications that have happened that have created that level of stress and anxiety, guys, I'll take it, right? And I apologize for it. And what I'm going to tell you is that I personally am committed to making sure that we all get the information that we need, that we all understand what's at stake and what we're endeavoring to get done here. There's my soapbox.
And so now that you've had your soapbox, I'm going to go ahead and pop in and eat crow, because this teaches me to pop off before I've actually read the cases again. But there is a case out there, Gavin, and you're correct. It actually says the opposite. It says that a city may regulate lands used under its general police powers, and thus the fact that a general law city has no comprehensive zoning plan does not preclude it from enacting zoning ordinances. So the statutory requirement is permissive for general law cities. It was a home rule city that I was thinking about, where a case said where the home rule charter required a comprehensive plan, that they had to comply with that. So that's clear now.
Thank you, Charlie. There we go. Man, there's a level of maturity going on right now where people are just owning their mistakes. I love it.
Well, you know, we're not all perfect.
Okay.
Gavin,
You're muted, Gavin. Amy, you have your hand up.
Sorry. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm now more confused by what Charlie just said than have clarification. So does that mean, Charlie, that section 2011.004 that says zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with a comprehensive plan is overridden by this case that you found?
Now he's on mute.
I was gonna say, Charlie, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'll just leave it unmuted from now on. So yes, so there's a Texas, it's actually a Texas Supreme Court case. And it says that, what it says is that, and it addresses the general law city issue specifically, which is what I wasn't 100% sure about, but talked about regardless. A general law city is not required to have a comprehensive plan to conduct its zoning, but if they adopt a comprehensive plan, that zoning must be in compliance with it. I was thinking of a different case, but it dealt with a home rule city and their requirements under their home rule charter. So that's why I double checked it.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. While we're on this topic, I said I was soapboxing, done. But the one thing I do want to point out, and I think is clear and very important for us all to remember, regardless as to what our consultant has put in front of us, and regardless as to what we think their report is intended to indicate versus what they think their report was intended to indicate, it doesn't change the fact that we hired them. They work for us. This is our comprehensive plan. This is Rollingwood's comprehensive plan. A consultant doesn't dictate that. That is what we as a community get to come together and decide. And then we get to go back to the consultant and tell them, you guys, you're hired to put this together for us. Your thoughts and your data is all well and great. This is what we're adopting, and this is why. And that's where we are, right? And so for us to have this conversation with regards to the consultancy putting something in front of us, it's just not factually accurate. Gavin, yes, sir.
Well, that's a great segue, and I appreciate you saying that, Mayor, and I agree with it. And in my interview with the consultant, I felt like I made it clear what my goal and expectation was with this. And I did reference it, and we've already talked about coming into compliance, and maybe that's an artful way to state it. But really, what I was trying to say, my goal with this is to avail ourselves of Chapter 213002 B2, which reads, the plan can consist of a single plan or a coordinated set of plans organized by subject and geographic area. And we've talked earlier tonight about the IIP that we've spent a great deal of effort on. We have the CIP from years ago that is more about the utility component of our city. We have the park master plan. We have the financial plan that we talked about earlier with our bond council and our long-term financial planning. We've got transportation plan that we need to do more work on, but certainly have discussed transportation in the past. All of which, in my opinion, are hugely important in an overall comprehensive plan. None of those relate to zoning. I'm not saying that zoning doesn't have a place in a comprehensive plan. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's too hot to handle in this particular comprehensive plan. But for me, what I wanted out of this process was a comprehensive plan, and subsection A of 213 says a municipality may define the content and design of the comprehensive plan. And so I wanted us to avail ourselves of 213 and design, as the code allows us to, a true comprehensive plan that's not just about zoning. It's about all of these other components that I think are hugely important for us to keep in mind as we move forward. So that's where I am on this, and I think maybe that was perhaps lost, or maybe I miscommunicated or didn't communicate clearly enough with the consultant, because none of that was really brought forward to us. And I do think that's what's important to me in this comprehensive plan.
This is where we take that initial report that they provided and let them know exactly where we think the deficiencies are. At this point, I guarantee you they've heard a lot of feedback from me, from this council, and I'm sure the community. I think they suspect and are probably, I'm confident that they are acting on revisions that better meet our expectations. And when I say better meet, we're still defining exactly what those expectations are. And again, that's part of the process, I think. Sarah, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I guess when we started this, or before we started this, when I had suggested that we needed to do some comprehensive planning, my idea, kind of like Gavin, was that it needed to be, maybe a better description is a vision for Rollingwood, kind of like what we want Rollingwood to look like in the next 5-10 years, like what things are important to us and what we need to be preserving. And if you don't know where you're going, you don't know how to get there. Right. So that's what I was wanting us to do, is to come up with a what's important. Why do people want to come and live in Rollingwood? Why do people stay here so long? What's important that we need to make sure that we're preserving? And so, and I also wanted to make sure that we were clear to the community, because there has been a lot of concern that we're doing a comprehensive plan, not because we have to, but because it's a good idea. And we want to do it so that we have a roadmap for where are we going, and what do we want to be aiming for, and all of the things, all the decisions that we're making for Rollingwood. And I also wanted to clear up, because it has been the biggest source of concern for everybody, that I don't recall us ever discussing with the consultant. I don't remember it being in the request for proposals. I don't remember anywhere in there that we asked them to run numbers with doubling or tripling the number of residential units in the city of Rollingwood.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where they came from. I don't know where that came from. I know I didn't ask for it. I don't think we asked for it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure people don't think that this is some sneaky thing that we were trying to get put over on everybody, because that, I think, has been the biggest concern with the community, is like, and especially after the police department issue, you know, that, oh, this is the next thing that they're trying to, you know, sneak by us or whatever. And I just wanted to alleviate those concerns that this is not something that we are trying to sneak by or, you know.
Yeah, I can assure you that I've certainly never had a discussion. I can't imagine any of us having discussions about doubling or tripling our population. In truth, if anyone wants to stop and really think that through, it just doesn't make logical sense. We're talking in terms of insufficient infrastructure for our city right now. We have a population of 1,700 folks, roughly, right? 530 some odd homes, ballparking, 0.8 of a square mile. And we're talking in terms of tens of millions of dollars worth of deferred maintenance and infrastructure needs currently. The idea of doubling our population or tripling our population, given our infrastructure woes currently, it doesn't make any level of sense, let alone taking out the concept that why would any of us that settled in this community under the current situation here think that that's where we wanted to take our community. So I understand, in kind of the absence of communication, imaginations can wander. I choose to believe that maybe hopefully that's what we're really seeing here. And again, take ownership of the fact that, I take ownership of the fact that we didn't do enough in communicating to alleviate those concerns and help people's imaginations to not wander. I will also tell you, it does not do us any favor when we are caught grossly unaware in a situation such as what was presented in that report with regard to the considerations for multifamily. It's count me on a long list of folks that were surprised by that. The explanation from the consultancy group was that they wanted to help us. That was a modeling scenario to help us understand kind of the toggles. If you push this lever or you optimize this, this is what you could have. Anything less than that is some fraction of that, whether that's 10%, 100%, or zero is up to us. And the question, as I understand it from Pegasus, that they wanted us to really ask ourselves was where on that threshold, if any, did we feel comfortable? And that's really how they intended it, rather than how so many of us interpreted it as a recommendation. Just to be clear, a lot of the email that I'm sure this council has received as well have suggested that even tonight we're going to be picking through a scenario A, B, or C. And just to whatever comfort I can provide to folks that are still listening or that listen to this forward, that's not how this process works. We're not here to pick a scenario A, B, or C, certainly not at this juncture. We're here to understand and to put a plan in place that the community wants, that delivers what the community needs. And I would argue that we're still really figuring out exactly what the community needs, let alone moving to a point of figuring out which scenario we want to adopt. So still a lot of time for consideration, and I hope that people will continue to stay engaged and let us know realistically what they need. Wendy, yes, please.
I just want to say that I wanted to take some time during this meeting just to have on record kind of for the consultants what our expectations are moving forward. And I know I, for one, took the survey and sent the survey out to a lot of people I knew. Hey, fill out this survey and let me know what amenities you think are important in Rollingwood. And then we got into the meeting, and the first workshop didn't seem to match up with what the questions were on the survey. And I think that the presentation at the workshop didn't do a lot in explaining that that wasn't a final plan, because that what people took away from that was like, now we have a final plan and we have scenario A, B, and C, and the council all wants to build apartment complexes all along Bee Cave, and they're all for dense development, and it rightly was upsetting for and stressful for a lot of our community members. And so I think that the citizen participation piece of this master planning process is the most important piece. And so I just hope that the consultants will work more on making sure that this plan that we're starting to develop does have more feedback from our community and aligns with our community values. And it has been thrown out there by a community member that maybe what we should do is form some advisory groups. And I think that that may be a really good way forward, so that we know that the plan that we're coming out with will have community support from people who are really interested in participating in this, and from stakeholders who are affected by different development that could happen. And I don't know why, but I've been painted by some people as this like developer who wants to have like dense apartments all along Bee Cave. And although did come out when we were talking about the master plan and say, I'd love to see an emphasis on our business development in our business district when you're doing the plan. It wasn't to mean that I support dense development or development that impacts neighboring homes or development that would double or triple our residences. I just felt like if we're spending $60,000 on a plan and we're evaluating some things, that I'd like to see us analyzing different ways that we might have more retail or restaurants or amenities for our community that align with our community values, and things that can help maybe increase our tax base. But I don't see our land use changing for our residential. We're not going to change our zoning for our residential area. And so, it's a place where we have a lot of different pieces of the puzzle to put together. And I just want to let everybody know who might be worried about me as a council member, that, I think that we can talk about it, and it's okay to talk about like different options out there, but that you have a thoughtful council who actually we care a lot about our neighbors. We're a small community. I have so many friends that live on Southcrest, Edge Grove, Timberline, and it's just too small of a community that for us to be a council that wouldn't take into consideration impacts on our friends and neighbors. And I just want to say that and clear the air. And I hope I love that people are paying attention. I just hope that we can come together as a community now and make some really positive plans that will help move our city forward and that we can all be really proud of. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thanks. Yes, ma'am. Go for it, Amy.
As far as expectations, when Wendy and I were grouped together for when we met with the consultant, and one of the things that we did talk about some is how important the transportation piece is to us. And so I would say that there's things that I've tried to accomplish over the last couple of years and the council has worked through, and that I continue to wait for the comprehensive plan for when we might get them done. And one of those is looking at incentives for businesses to provide shared driveways. If that's something that we can look at for our business district and reduce the number of driveways and position them in the safest possible places. And I think that us doing that then is part of what we use to show TxDOT that we actually have the plan for how we want these driveways to look and where we want the roadway to go. And we've worked with our residents to understand where it's going to go, so that we have something to show them that helps us then in the areas where there might be disagreement between where they want to put the roadway and where we want to put the roadway, that we already have a comprehensive plan. And so I think that I don't want that part of the conversation to get lost. And there's, I think there's also some questions for me about how just doing basic things like looking at where our front setbacks are on the commercial corridor and how that's impacting whether or not those property owners can redevelop those properties. I don't necessarily want to go higher than the 2 feet or the 2 stories that we have right now. And so in the work session, I specifically stated I'd like to see our conversations go towards scenario A. That keeps the 2-story cap, but I think that the consultant did present some things about how you can potentially do some things that then allow those places to be redeveloped in a way that then puts the buildings closer to the street so that there's parking lots.
Just to be clear, when you're talking about street, you're talking about putting them closer to Bee Caves Road,
Right.
which would also increase the cushion between the residential and the commercial zones, so the actual homes in the commercial structures themselves.
Right. Yeah. So there's things like that I feel like I thought that when we did the comprehensive planning process, we were going to get to that kind of stuff. So I don't know.
I hope we still will
get there, but I think that those are important conversations because they affect bigger things that we're trying to work on as far as our transportation plan and how we communicate with TxDOT, how we communicate with CTRMA about our business district, and that we don't want it bypassed when the toll road is put there.
We don't want Campo to service up contraflow lanes because they think that our Bee Caves Road should serve as a major artery for our folks from Western communities, Western Hill Country communities into downtown and vice versa, right? That's right. You're hitting the nail on the head with, it's not just enough for Rollingwood to look internally within its 8/10 of a square mile. We have a lot of pressure being exerted on us as a small community from regional stakeholders, whether it be the city of Austin or to a lesser extent, to our friends in Westlake Hills, but even Westlake Hills, regional players such as TxDOT, or state players such as TxDOT, regional players such as the CTRMA, that's Central Texas Regional Mobility Authority, and regional planning authorities such as Campo. Just to name a few. It doesn't even talk about county interests and really the interests for some of the Western communities that necessarily impact those regional players and put pressure on us, right? So, sorry, I didn't mean to steal your platform there, Amy, but just to emphasize, you're absolutely right.
I guess what I would say is I think the consultant did work and they did do a fiscal analysis. And so if I were to give my feedback, it would be, I think the feedback that we've gotten from the community now and that I would give is to continue to put like scenario A as kind of the high end, with the exception of if there's things like where the hospital district is that we've had discussions in planning and zoning other places for years. Is that the best zoning use of that spot? Is that geographically an area that could stand different height limitations, things like that? But for the areas that are along Timberline that abut our residential side, and for the other side as well, I think just being able to pull back to where we're looking at the scenario A type of financial information that they've now given us versus if we do nothing. I think that was really illuminating to me that like us doing nothing or even trying to build out fully with the zoning as we have it versus looking at something like scenario A, that was the type of fiscal information that I needed. And I think that the DNC went beyond probably where we were ready as a community in general to evaluate. And if there are any B or C type scenarios that might work for specific properties, that they would need to be presented in a different light than the way that they were. And so that's what I would say, because I think if we scale it back to we have some information now, and if we can now look at the things like driveways and transportation and the things that we're all mentioning about the different pieces that we need to fit together, scenario A in my mind is where we were, that's what I thought we were going to do from the beginning. I didn't fully realize we were going to do the full-on multi-level scope. But I didn't mind having I can totally understand why, if I lived on Timberline, I would have felt a level of anxiety about reading that report that's different than the level that I felt not living there. I completely realize that and appreciate it. But I felt like during the workshop, I tried to take the time to say, okay, now we have the scope. Let's pull back to scenario A. And I would continue to echo that, in addition to the fact that I think we have to get into the transportation issues. That's my area, right? And I just didn't see us. I don't know how we get to that space, but I want to make sure that that's part of the next area that we get to.
Well, I know I'm certain that if they're not joining us and listening currently, that they'll tune in to the recording of this meeting. And just to ensure that this messaging is getting across to Pegasus, I'll tell you that I personally will make sure that these conversations are had with both Sean and Kathy. And I have no doubt that our city administration will do the same. And then I would invite you guys, the council, don't be shy. Make sure, assuming hopefully P&Z or some P&Z folks are listening now, or at least going to tune in later to this discussion. Same thing, right? Folks on RTDC, same thing. Utility Commission. This comprehensive plan will impact the work that you guys do as well. The whole idea is to tie in everything. It's comprehensive, right? Whether it's residential or commercial, whether it's utility based or park based. As Gavin put it, and he called me out in a meeting. Gosh, I don't even remember now. So many moons have passed. I think your comment to me was, Mr. Mayor, you have a lot of good reports now. Shouldn't we start tying a string around all these balloons? And you were absolutely right. Yes, that's exactly what we're attempting to do, and not just good reports that we have seen immediately, but reports that date back a couple of decades that we've updated, and a few that are in progress, as I mentioned before, the CIP that LNV should deliver soon. We've got the Utility Commission digging into a better understanding of our existing right-of-ways and easements, which, believe it or not, we could not point to a map that demonstrates our city's right-of-ways and easements with a level of surety. In this day and age, we can and we should. And so these are the types of things that we're trying to tie a bow around. And I understand, again, the anxiety and misunderstanding that is circled around this. We're going to do a better job. You just heard us adopt a communications policy. Hopefully that takes us additional steps in the right direction. Stick with us. Keep engaged. Help us understand, what you guys are seeing and what you guys are, what information we're missing, what information we need to dig up. We'll do it. It's all there. And thanks to the council. I know you guys have been taking some hits in a stressful time that's not of our own making, of any of our makings. And so I appreciate you guys understanding what we're up against as a community and sticking with this process and making sure that we do it intelligently and thoughtfully and methodically. Go ahead, Gavin.
Mayor, one thing I would ask you to visit with the consultant about, and I'm happy to help, but I know that you'll have more communication with them than maybe we will. But some of this doesn't necessarily have to be all that prescriptive either. It's okay that some of it can be narrative. And so I don't want them to feel like they're not delivering if they're simply helping us pull some of this together in an organized fashion, like we've talked about. And we have other resources that we can help connect them with. I mean, we visited with bond counsel and our bond folks earlier tonight on the financial plan. those are things that they, you know, I don't have an expectation that they have to dream those up themselves, but we have hired them to help us, to help staff this project. And so
Right.
Some of it can be narrative and some of it can be things that they pull together from other resources that we can connect them with. They just need to help us with the manpower and make sure that it's put together in a proper format and all flows together and that sort of that. And, you know, that's important too, even if it's not something that they're creating from scratch. And I don't want them to feel like they're not delivering to us if they're not creating something from scratch. You know,
Right.
Great if they do some of that, but then helping us just consolidate the information is important as well.
Those are excellent points. Excellent points. And I'd argue that they better not be creating everything from scratch, or why did we undertake the costs in the tasks and take the time to develop a lot of these reports and studies that we have over the last couple of years? I think they shouldn't be reinventing the wheel is the short answer. And you're absolutely right on it. I'd sum it up by saying it's our plan. It's Rollingwood's plan. So and we've done a lot of heavy lifting. So excellent points. I will make sure that point is communicated. And again, guys, don't anybody on this dais, this panel, shy away from working with the consultants. Right. I would recommend reaching out to them and copying Amber or Ashley at least on there so that the city can also provide a level of oversight and accountability on the hours that are getting clocked on Pegasus side. Right. Just a level of trust but verify kind of concept there. But this isn't a one-way channel, and I'm certainly while happy to serve as a primary point of contact, there's no way that I should be anything close to a singular point of contact. So don't wait on me to deliver answers, especially not if you have questions and want them sooner rather than later. Go ahead, Sarah.
Sorry, my dog was barking. I muted me.
No,
One other thing that I wanted to clear up, discuss, whatever, was the idea of hiring Bowie to help us with our discussions with the community, which I don't think is necessary. And I have had a number of citizens bewail the idea that we would say we don't have enough money and then we're going to go spend money on this, that it's not necessary. And I think that we can, I had some really graphic descriptions of why we don't need to hire a PR firm too, but I will avoid that. But I think that we can solve this ourselves by talking with the community and just getting it clear, and hope that our newspaper reporters put this in the paper that, that we are trying to scale back and this was not our intention, and, that we can do that without having to pay to fix the problem.
I certainly appreciate the point. And I guess my counterpoint to that would be, we've already blown this once, right? We blew the conversation when it was just us around 503 Vail. We've blown the conversation when it was just us around the offer for a public-private partnership around the park. And not to suggest that any of these were ideas that we should have undertaken. It's just we didn't have communication around these ideas, right? One thing that Pegasus report, and I'll be the first to admit that some of the data in their initial report is less than ideal for our taking, as we've discussed. One of the things that they did point out were two items that folks knew most about with the city of Rollingwood. And both of those two items just so happened to be items in which we engaged with Bowie. Now, Bowie, we can talk about them in terms of public relations, which they and certainly provide services for, but they also provide communication services. And one of the things that we've also discussed this evening at length is improving our communications with our community, with our city. Now, we're limited on how we can do that, right? And which was also been discussed this evening, which means our touch points and our opportunities to communicate and message with our community, we really need to maximize those efficiencies. Not drive a conversation a certain way, but learn how to effectively provide our level of thinking. And that's what a buoy provides. And whether it's buoy or somebody else, they're professionals, and they're professionals for a reason. You know, could I build a wall myself? Sure. Could I probably consult Sarah Hudson or another civil engineer, an expert in the field, if I really want it done properly and safely? Perhaps so. And that's, I think, the question that we really need to ask ourselves now. Is it even just us as a body talking about what our expectations were? We just fleshed a lot of that out this evening. What we as a body expected from this. If we're fleshing that out as a body here, how the heck are we supposed to communicate that as a body effectively to 1,700 of our closest friends and neighbors, right? So that's where I would suggest we at least consider a communications outfit to help us provide that level of messaging. If nothing else, to help us talk properly between us as a body and the consultants. Now, I understand that folks are going to disagree with that all day long, and that's perfectly fine too. Up to you guys. At the end of the day, you guys vote, as we also clarified earlier. I don't. I just help get things done that you guys decide we need done.
Well, I would think that since our next meeting is in 3 weeks, that we could at least postpone making a decision about needing to hire them and see if we have kind of steadied the boat here a little bit with the discussion tonight. We've got a lot of people online listening. So I think there will be a lot of feedback and a lot of discussions, in the neighborhood after this meeting. And I think that we would have a better idea of whether or not we have alleviated any of the concerns before our next meeting. And then we could take action at that time instead of starting to spend money before then.
Understood. Well, we don't have an item on the agenda to retain their services at this juncture anyway. So for what that's worth, there's nothing in front of you guys to take any action on one way or another this evening. So the earliest you could take action would be at the next city council meeting. Is that fair?
That is fair, except that there was a proposal to start action before there was council discussion on this. And so I wanted to make sure that we were not going there yet.
Amy, go ahead.
Just to clarify on that question from Sarah, we did give the mayor a budget and discretionary authority to use that budget for retaining these services as needed to help with the communications from the city. So it would be my understanding that if there had been discussions with them about providing service right now, that was under that previous authority that we as a council gave the mayor.
Right. And I was aware of that, but that's why I was hoping to dissuade him from using that authority in this case, because I think that we can handle it, or at least we should see if we can handle it before we spend the money on that.
I completely hear your point, Sarah. I just want to make sure for those who are listening that they understand that this body previously budgeted for and gave the mayor authority to have engaged them for different services as he sees that we need as a city. And that we in general, the mayor, because the mayor can't vote, the mayor has very little spending authority without the council giving the mayor that authority. But that is one area where we have given that authority in the past, just so that people would understand why that is something that the mayor could decide to do without the council having had it as an agenda item.
Right.
I appreciate it. And
I thought it was a wise thing to at least consult with Bowie, because I appreciate the level of connectedness that residents have found with the Save Rollingwood movement. And I've also been told that people either had offered to or were writing checks to help support that group and its efforts. And, you know, it was suggested to me that I needed to send out emails, and I do send out emails from time to time to let people know what my viewpoint is on something, but it's difficult as a single council member who only has one vote and who this isn't my full-time job, nor am I paid to do this. So finding that time to craft a message that then isn't going to cause further backlash outside of a public meeting, and that, you know, when we're off the dais, we don't have the authority to vote on things. And so I can share my opinion, and I was happy to share my opinion with people, and it was to point them to exactly what I said during our work session. And I think that there were some places where we were missing the communication gap from what actually was said by council members and what actually happened during the work session to what was being put out in the community, not by the city. And I feel like that to the extent that a PR company could have helped us with bridging that gap, I would have appreciated it.
Or at the very least, help the community understand before the level of anxiety and stress that we've seen widespread, that nobody on this body is proposing a blanket zoning plan that would take 3 to 4 stories of apartments and condos up and down Bee Caves Road. And at one point, I even heard somebody suggest that we as a body were considering it for Rollingwood Drive. And I'll tell you right now, none of that is true. None of that is anything close to accurate. And I can say it until I'm blue in the face, and my guess is half the people on this dais can too. And it won't make a lick of difference to some of the folks that are hearing it. And that's a large part of the problem. And how that messaging gets started and how it burns in a irrational way and out of control is anyone's guess. I'm not a professional in that category, and I just as soon work with somebody that is. No different than we have some legally trained folks sitting on the dais right now, and yet we still use outside counsel to guide us through these discussions. We all have some level of administrative background in some capacity, and yet we still have a city administrator that does things administratively professionally. We all have some experience to some degree with various components of what our city secretary handles day in and day out. Same situation. We have engineering backgrounds on our city council, and yet we still have city engineers. It's not that we don't have a level of background. The difference is we don't have a level of expertise. And not only do we not have a level of expertise, there's also liabilities that are concerned, right? And so while I appreciate folks' concern, I can assure you that I am not, never have been in the habit of squandering money, mine, and certainly not the city's or anyone else's. So I would never presume to abuse the authority that you guys have given me. I appreciate it. And if at any time you guys feel that I have taken liberties or gone outside of the spirit or intent, you're never going to hear me complain about being reined in, if you will, or however else you feel the need to frame that.
Okay. So putting aside your previously granted authority, are you cool with pushing the pause button for 30 days?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's no action to be taken otherwise, but yes.
Great. I think we've covered it.
Good.
I think the newspaper reported that we were going to delay this until January.
So
I just want to, sorry, Kevin.
just to be clear, I think we were talking about, I think
Trying to get some clarification.
So, I'm happy to provide a little bit of clarity there. Leslie Baffin reached out to me and asked specifically what my thoughts were. And my email to her, should anybody decide to inundate our poor city secretary with yet another PIR, I hope you guys will also give her a little bit of grace as she works diligently to put all of those together for folks. But I can maybe save you the trouble on this one. The reporter asked what our plans were with regard to adopting a plan. And I said, we do not have a set timeline for this. Our purpose and our point is to get it right. Whether that takes us a week or a year is entirely dependent on us getting it right and how quickly we get there. I said unofficially, it literally says unofficially in my email back to Leslie, I would love to see an adoption of a comprehensive plan in the first quarter of 2021. My rationale, which was followed up in that same email to Leslie, said that would allow us to have enough time to have an educated discussion about whether a bond is necessary and appropriate for a May ballot, May 2021 ballot. That's my thinking. And now you guys have my thinking, and now anybody else that wants to listen to this recording has my thinking. You don't have to spend the money to get a PIR to get the email. But I'm happy to send it to you if you need to. Just ask me for it. Hopefully that adds a level of clarity, Wendy, to why that was published. I will be honest with you. I assumed, obviously mistakenly, that if I said unofficially, this is what I'd like to see, that maybe that wouldn't go into print as just a statement. But there was obviously miscommunication there, misunderstanding there, and it did. So to be very clear, again, I personally would like to see first quarter of 2021 so that we can consider financing options if they are necessary and need to go on the ballot for May 2021. That said, if you don't get there, the importance is not rushing a plan. The importance is getting it right. If that means we don't talk about financing options until November 2021 or May of 2022, that's perfectly fine too, right? That's just the way these things are going or could go. But the important thing, I think, for all of us to do is to try to set goals, right? If we're not setting goals, we're just flopping around, right? And that's the whole point of why we're adopting a comprehensive plan. Set the goals. We're going to set a goal to get this done. If we don't make it, hopefully it's for legitimate reasons, and that's fine too. We're going to get it right. All right?
Thank you for the clarification. So we will be putting this on our agenda next month for anyone who might still be hanging with us. But
yeah,
hopefully you've listened to the conversation that we've had this whole time.
This isn't getting done anytime soon. That's
yeah,
obvious.
we hopefully have helped people to understand the intent of the council and have provided some clarification. So thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate city council members sticking with me. It's much later there for you guys. Do we have anything else that we want to discuss for item 15 before we move on?
So we
Okay.
have one of the participants has their hand up.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, go ahead. Great.
Now we have more than one.
Well, let's do it then. Amber, you want to start working through these for me? I'm just going to remind folks when you have your hand up, wait to be called on. When you're called on, we'll unmute you on our side. You'll still need to unmute yourself. and that is turning your mic icon from orange to blue. And also, sorry, we're going to try to limit, we're not going to try, we're going to limit conversation to 3 minutes, despite the fact that I have been atrocious in limiting mine there. So,
Jen Kuhn, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. This is Jen Kuhn, and I live on Timberline. And I've shared an email with you tonight, sharing my thoughts about the kind of the mess. And now I'm hearing that it was a lot of misinterpretation and kind of things, a lot of information that kind of spun out and got misinterpreted by the public. I'm gonna actually speak now in support of hiring the community firm, just because I also sit on a nonprofit board where we are all volunteers and we all have our own jobs, and it's a lot of work, and that's a lot less work than I know you all do. Any of you could do a wonderful job doing the communications for the city if that were your full-time job. But we all went through a lot of worry and stress over the last few weeks, thinking that we were all about to have giant buildings built in our backyard, and you know, just being able to avoid that kind of stress and disruption in the neighborhood would be a good thing. Now, circling back around to the development issue, I'm really glad to hear from all of you that it is not your plan to build 4-story buildings all along Bee Caves Road that would have a big impact on my home and my investment properties, but more importantly, would have a significant impact on my neighbors who really don't deserve to have a 4-story building built in their backyard. So I really appreciate that, and I think you have a really good idea now that a lot of people are extremely upset about that. So if there's a way that you can make it easier on yourself in the future and have a more controlled process for releasing this information, that would be a great thing. Thanks.
thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it.
She can have 3 more minutes if she wants.
We've got it. We've got a good email from Jennifer. I saw it pop up earlier. And guys, just a lot of people, for whatever reasons, decide not to take me up on this. But I am not alone looking at this dais, and know that most of you out there have our cell phone numbers. See us in the neighborhood. Don't ever hesitate just to ask. Just ask, right? And I know that maybe that comes psychologically with some strings attached one way or another. But we're not your council members and mayor. We are your neighbors. We live in the same community. We pay your same taxes. We do all the same things, guys. And it gets beat a little bit to death, but we're quite literally all in this together. If it doesn't make sense for you, certainly to the degree that you're going to start considering writing checks to an organization and putting flyers in your yard, there's probably a pretty good chance that it doesn't make sense for us either. And it's just a simple matter of having maybe a conversation and not being shy away from that for whatever reasons. In any case, I know we have other hands up. Amber, would you mind?
Ryan Clinton, you're unmuted.
Thank you. And my wife's here too. I just want to talk for 20 seconds, but my wife has something that she's prepared, and that is that there's been several suggestions that misinformation was delivered to the community, and then our name was also mentioned. And so I want to make very clear that if you guys think there's a single piece of misinformation on anything that we've distributed, to tell us, because the phone works both ways. And so if you think that there's something that we've said that is inaccurate, just call us. Secondly, I I have been offered checks from many people, and I have not accepted any of them, and I do not intend to accept any of them unless worse came to worse, which I was hoping would never happen. And I'm very, very glad to hear the comments from everyone tonight, and I appreciate them very much. And I think that's it. So just we have not spread any misinformation. Everything has been completely accurate. If you think that it hasn't been accurate, tell us. And we have reached out to everyone. So let's not let it be suggested that we haven't. Okay, Sarah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Clinton. I live at 4714 Timberline with my husband and our 3 young children. We moved to Rollingwood because of its strong sense of community and its small town nature. And we picked our house on Timberline because of the view. We love it here, and we plan to live here at least until our youngest daughter, who just turned 4 months this week, graduates from high school. We are very strongly against the consultant scenario B and scenario C proposals. If either passes, we will have office workers or new residents looking directly into our homes 24 hours a day, every day. They will know what we are doing. They will be watching our children in and outside of our home. They will know when we are home and when we are not. We love our home, but we would not have moved here had we known that anyone on city council might consider changing the zoning rules that we and several other dozen Timberline area homeowners relied on when making our home purchase decision. There are other problems with the consultant's plans. The biggest is that the consultant's projected benefits without contemplating the cost. Doubling or tripling the police force will add millions annually to the city budget. Doubling or tripling the city population will also require road maintenance, trash, water, and wastewater expenses. And doubling or tripling the population will likely require building a new elementary school. Because there's been no effort to determine the cost of the consultant's plans, if adopted them, we could end up in a financial position no better than where we are today. We understand that change is inevitable, but we aren't against finding ways to encourage redevelopment of commercial lots where those changes do not negatively impact nearby homeowners. We also understand that the city has expenses to pay for, but building 3 or 4-story buildings in residents' backyards isn't the right way to accomplish our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Ryan. I will take you up on giving you a call tomorrow. That's okay. And I hope the little one's doing well. Amber, who else?
Thank you. She's good. She's sitting here right with us. Appreciate it.
Right on. Amber, who else do we have?
We don't have any other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. Well,
Deborah Pennington.
I'm gonna give it a couple seconds.
Second. Deborah, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the council for the extensive work that you do. And even though we're coming out in opposition to things that have been going on, that doesn't diminish how much we appreciate all that you do. One thing that I just wanted to be sure that we thought about as we move forward, I really like the way that Gavin described a comprehensive plan. A comprehensive plan is very much like when a company has strategic planning and we have strategic goals. So there can be kind of the high and mighty part, and there can be the smaller parts you break it into. But with Texas government code, you have to be very careful about how specifically you talk about development within your comprehensive plan. And I would encourage the council to do as Gavin was saying, and even as Sarah was saying earlier, when you do make a comprehensive plan, you need to make it flexible enough that it doesn't tie your hands on zoning. Because although a comprehensive plan is optional under Section 213 of Texas Government Code, once you do have a comprehensive plan, it will drive your zoning. Under Section 211, your zoning will have to comply. So if you put specifics in there, like the consultant put on, then what happens is it actually negates your zoning protections for residential lots that abut commercial lots. And the city ordinance has been very carefully constructed to protect residential properties that abut the commercial properties. And the maximum height was limited to 2 stories or 30 feet. Basically, there's 100 foot between 100 foot, amount of space between the lot line of a residential lot and any building. There's a 100-foot green belt that has to go in. So all of these things were not done without a lot of thought. And so I just think that when you do your comprehensive plan, which I think is a very good idea, I think we just need to be careful not to get so specific that we inadvertently are throwing out some of our zoning rules without realizing it. And thank you for all of your attention, and we appreciate your honesty coming forward on this.
Deborah, well, I for one very much. Sorry, go ahead, Gavin. Go for it.
I was going to say I totally agree with all of those points, and not just because you agreed with me, but that was well put, and I agree.
Yeah, I second that, and actually, what I think I might have heard implied there, Deborah, is you volunteering to help us out on this, because I'd argue all day long that that's exactly the kind of thinking that we need, especially if we're going to take up some of the focus groups that Wendy suggested earlier. In short, I keep saying it. We are better when more people are engaged. If for no other reason, then we have an amazing population. We are blessed with very educated and experienced individuals and professionals in our town. And if we do not engage that experience and expertise, then we've sold all of ourselves short. So Deborah, that's my fancy way of saying you're going to get a call for one of these, and please, for all of our sakes, please pick up. Amber, sorry guys, and I'm not going to make everybody volunteer, so don't let that discourage you from speaking right now or soon. Who else do we have?
I totally apologize. Is it Zain Adine? You could unmute yourself. I hope I'm so sorry I got that wrong.
It's Zinedine Boudagou.
Ooh, I like that.
Zinedine, nice to have you. Thanks.
Well, I don't live in Rollingwood. I live in Highland Park, but I plan to retire in Rollingwood, and I have a home there that I have been leasing for years.
Okay.
And I love the community. I absolutely love everybody I have met. Only one recommendation I will make, actually two. I did have a chance to talk to Wendy early this morning about the survey, and the survey was designed to draw certain response. It was not made into a neutral survey, meaning it's a push poll, not really unbiased. It was not very highly unbiased, because when I responded to it, of course I want amenities. Of course I want hot sauce with my Thai food. Of course I want, trail pass. Of course I want clean water. Who doesn't want clean water, right? So all those things were designed to draw certain response, and I don't know why they did it that way. And my wife is actually an expert in surveys and so forth and so on.
Did you just volunteer your wife? Does she know?
Yes, I actually do volunteer my wife, Julie.
Okay, great.
And she works with big corporations that I'm not supposed to name.
Okay.
And we can help design a survey that's really unbiased and neutral, and can really draw the intent of the community. That's one thing. And then the other problem I had, not a problem, maybe you should say solution, is the plan. Calling it a plan makes it a firm outcome. And I'm a technologist. I work in technology and all that. We never put a plan. We put a roadmap. A roadmap is not a firm plan. It's just a vision with some data behind it, and it changes over time. It's always changing, and we should really consider changing the terminology of using that word plan and removing that. And I'm very sensitive to the English language because it is my third language. And so I understand it really in a weird, different way than most people. But I think roadmap would be substantially more appropriate because it's a roadmap. It's a trajectory instead of a destination. And that's all I have to say.
I think both suggestions sound pretty fantastic, to be honest with you. And by the sound of it, Rolling Woods gain is going to be Highland Park's loss. We look forward to having you.
And Wendy mentioned the subgroups or
focus groups.
Focus groups that we talked about, and that will take away some of the burden from you guys, because you have a life, you have jobs, and you're trying to contribute to your community through your actions and your activities, and you cannot control everything that's going on. And I hope that the community doesn't see you guys as the enemies, but the friends and the problem solvers, because whenever you make a decision, whether it's good or bad, you always attract flies. And so it's the nature of the game, or the nature of the situation. And so if we can help by any means, please let us do it. And I think there's a lot of volunteers, just like Ryan is down the street. Ryan is extremely involved. He's good-spirited. He really wants to contribute. I think in my business as a technologist, whenever we have people who have emotions into a situation, we always try to pull them in and have them a chance to give contributions. Those are the people who are going to come up with the best solutions. And I think that's all I had to say.
Well, it was good, and we appreciate you taking the time to share it with us. Thanks again. Amber, do we have
Thank you.
Other folks that have anything to say?
No, we don't.
Okay. Well, I'll just say if anybody does and is stuck with us, obviously emails, phone calls. I'm really happy to hear that a number of our council members have had opportunities to engage directly with you. Don't shy away from that. With that, no other hands up? Amber? No? Okay, well then we'll move on from item 15, and thank you all for a very open and honest conversation there. 16, discussion and possible action to revise the tree canopy ordinance to require anyone cutting down trees to have the approved permit on site while removal is in progress, and to provide a copy of the permit to all adjoining property owners and those directly across the adjacent street. Sarah, I'm going to open the floor up to you again. This was an item that you requested?
Yes. So the P&Z is looking at making some changes to the tree canopy ordinance anyway. So, and I had talked to Carrie about this a week or so ago, and I did not look at the ordinance. I don't know if Carrie did. We were trying to find that the permit be on site when you're actually doing any tree removal. We had an incident where trees were being cut down. We didn't know if it was approved because a bunch of trees had already been cut down. The police were called. There was no permit on site. Carrie was at training. It was not a good situation. And nobody knew if the trees that were coming down were approved or not approved. And there was no good way to find out. So just, it puts a police officer in a bad position. It causes discomfort is a mild word, but with the adjacent homeowners, with the builder, with everybody else. So I think that it would potentially avert problems by making sure that the permit is available on site before the trees start coming down, and that neighbors know what's been approved so that they can look and go, okay, yes, this is what's already authorized, and they don't have to call the police to come and find a dispute unless there really is an issue that needs to be addressed. So just something else to add to the list for P&Z to include in their assessment.
Amy, you have your hand up?
Sure. From the last P&Z meeting that I listened to, the part I had just jumped on, that Wendy and Jordan and I are supposed to get together and talk about revisions. And so I don't know if we need action. I feel like this is a really reasonable addition that would really provide a lot of clarification. So I really appreciate you bringing it up, Sarah. So we can either have a formal action on it, or we can include it in what we're talking with Jordan about and getting input from Carrie to go before planning and zoning. And I guess a question I would have is on the providing a copy of the permit to all adjoining property owners. Is that something that we would mail, or is it what are the is it going to be something that we add to our notice requirements? Is that the proposal?
I didn't really think about it that thoroughly to, what is the actual mechanism that we need to use. I just want people to have it available. We had talked at one point about having things available on the website. That would be one potential problem. If you could look and see, there's a tree removal permit for a certain address, then that would provide it as well. It's just that there was just no access at this point. Nobody had a copy of the permit. Don't have a way to get it. So we just need to have a way for the neighbors to be aware of what's been approved and to have that available when actions are being taken. So
would it be acceptable, instead of it being adjoining and adjacent, to set a radius, which would be more in line with the rest of our code, where there's a 200-foot radius or 100-foot radius?
We could, but that's a broader range than what I had in mind. My biggest concern was pardon?
I think we're going to get into some interpretation issues. I'm just imagining drafting the code to have to go, to decide what adjoining is and adjacent, because we're going to have to look at a lot of different areas of the city. So if we can set a radius and start from there, that might be an easier way. I just wanted to see if that would be acceptable.
I'm open to discussion. I don't know that it's as critical for somebody that's, 3 lots away to have a copy of the permit. The tree, I am most concerned about the adjoining properties and people that are have the closest visual impact from the trees that are coming down. But I don't have a problem with setting a radius if that makes it easier.
Wendy, you have your hand up?
Could it?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I know that we have a mechanism in our permitting for new home development. Like when you pull a permit, you have to pull a permit for the tree removal, and you have to have a tree protection plan. So if somebody's removing a tree separate from a new build, we might want to have a different mechanism for that, because they wouldn't have the building permit. And then if they have the building permit, then they would have already sent out a notice to the neighbors. So would we require to send out another notice to the neighbors before they remove the trees? Just kind of thinking through the logistics of it from the different scenarios it can come from. And then the oak wilt scenario or emergency tree removal, those sort of things, all different ways could happen. So I like the idea, and I appreciate you bringing it up, Sarah.
So Gavin, you're up next. Apologies. Yep.
So I think it's a great idea to have it on site. And I have a similar concern well, I don't know that Wendy's was a concern, but when it's not a new build scenario, like I have a trash tree, a hackberry tree that I need to take down. And I'm not sure, like, could you do the notice, like a radius from the tree that's coming down?
That's
'Cause
not
my
a
hackberry-
protected tree. You don't have to get a permit.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay. I stand down.
But if you're just asking, do we want to use the tree as the focal point for calculating the radius? I feel like I just was trying to think about what we already have in our code for noticing that would give property owners like some ability to look at a map and make a decision. So I don't know how Carrie measures the radius. Isn't it 200 feet on one of our things? I can't remember all of them off the top of my head.
I think it's 250.
Okay, so
Well,
I don't know
the property
if it's
boundaries.
the center of the house or if it's from the property line. But if we wanted to make it from the tree, we could.
Probably the property line is more uniform.
I guess the bottom line of all of this is it would need to come back to us anyway. So do we want to, I'll defer to Sarah, but do we want to just pitch it to you and P&Z to hash this out and bring us something?
I'm fine with that. I just wanted to get it in the, on the list of things to be considered when the tree ordinance is being updated. Because we had a real world incident and it would have been much better for everybody concerned if there was a little more communication on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going out on a limb here, pun intended, and gather from this that there's no action to be taken, that we're going to talk with, Sarah's going to talk with P&Z, and we'll revisit this when appropriate, correct?
No, Amy and Wendy and Jordan will get together and then we'll
Got
we'll
it.
talk with
Apologies.
P&Z.
Okay, but still same
And
outcome.
Carrie.
Same outcome. We're moving on without action.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Great. Appreciate it, Council. 17, update, discussion, possible action to pass the resolution request a meeting with. One of these days, we're going to trim down this language with to provide information or a statement of position of the city to and/or to request information or analysis from relevant state and local officials in connection with the proposed South Mopac expansion. Obviously, we discussed, it's been a few hours now, earlier on our budget, our exceptional item for legal, well, a budget for any kind of legal counsel that we may or may not need in this. Amy or Wendy, do you guys have any specific updates, or are we still kind of, everything's in a holding pattern with the pandemic and everything else moving around?
I don't have an update, but I think something I'm going to look at to bring back for us to think about next month is, it still is kind of an intriguing thing to me that CTRMA has decided to table or put on hold the project to improve just the ramps, which is part of the South Mopac thing, because there's not demand now. And so we would wait until there's more people back on the roadway again to actually do that improvement. And that ramp is one of the key causes of that roadway being in the top 20 most congested roadways in our state.
Well, Amy, everybody knows that you don't do any road work until it's rush hour. So
what I was going to say though is, in the past we were asked to officially have a resolution in support of that project.
Yeah.
And we worked on several different things and we never fully passed a statement. And so I may make some inquiries about whether an actual passed resolution would be
perhaps that's part of the problem. Perhaps they smell that we would actually be supportive of one of their endeavors, and
I don't know.
There had to be something wrong with it. With any luck, they'll bring back at least some of those elements, or most of those elements, if I recall, made a heck of a lot of sense, not just for our community, but for a lot of neighboring communities and visitors to our area. So I appreciate you checking in on that. I'm interested in knowing the outcome. Do we have anything else for 17, or should we talk in terms of TxDOT? Yep. All right. Well, let's call up item 18 then. Update and discussion possible action regarding the Bee Cave improvement project. TxDOT is committed to co-sponsoring with the city of Rollingwood that will address the low water crossing flooding issues, expand to 5 lanes with a shoulder. We still need to edit that, and sidewalk throughout Rollingwood's portion of Bee Cave Road. Again, this kind of plays into part of the conversation that we've had again tonight. That to a degree, Rollingwood is subject to the fancies of regional stakeholders. So do we have any updates here? And Amber, let me know if we've heard anything recently from EPI or anyone at TxDOT side. I'm guessing that answer is no. 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 Okay. Not hearing any updates. That's the slow wheels of state organizations. We're much more efficient at the municipal level. That's a wink and a nod and tongue in cheek. Don't hate us, TxDOT. We love you. Okay. With that, this is going to be a fun exercise. It's our first executive session. Anybody that's still bearing with us in the public or not coming into executive session with us, we're going to try to figure this one out. Ashley has sent us a link to the executive session for anybody paying attention still to us. Executive session is discussion outside of public eye where no decisions are made. But we are discussing either, well, as in this instance, executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-074 regarding the evaluation of the city administrator, Amber Lewis. So nothing ominous. It happens every year. With that, you have a link in your email from Ashley. Ashley and Wendy, who has been very helpful in this regard, also understands the technology well, is going to help make sure that we go into this executive session. And then when we have finished in there, we will exit and rejoin the regular agenda in the open meeting. Okay. Ashley, you want to walk us through the first couple steps, please?
Yes. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
I had to fix my microphone. So if we'll all just mute and turn off your videos on this end and then follow the link that we emailed out to you. If you have the phone app, you can do it that way. And I think if some people are using the same device, you may have to exit the meeting and come back into it. But we won't end the meeting. We're going to leave this running, and I'll be here to make sure it stays. Everyone's muted and there's no video. So if y'all want to go ahead and head to Zoom, mute, and turn off your videos.
We'll see how this goes.
It's going to be fun.
I was going to say, it looks like everybody's off. Successful.
Sure does. I'm going to go ahead and, are you going to stay on here for now?
Do you want me to hang out and just make sure everybody's set up on Zoom and we're on lockdown here? I'll do that.
Okay, I'm in the meeting, so hold on.
Is this in the meeting?
Charlie, you're in the regular meeting, the city council meeting.
Right.
You're free to jump off.
I can go.
Yes, you can
All right.
leave. Thank you for everything.
All right. If you need anything, take, call, I guess.
Okay, will do. We shouldn't.
Yeah, you should. All right. Thank y'all.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Bye.
There we are. Okay. I think Gavin and Buck are going to try to join us by phone, or may have rejoined us by phone. So if you want to just check and make sure we've got enough folks on the dais.
Shows Sarah's here, but her video's not on, and she's on mute. So maybe
It's
she
okay.
herself. And Gavin, it shows he's here.
Gavin.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to give us, if Sarah's here, that means we have quorum to keep going. We're exiting the executive session at 11:36 p.m. No action was taken. And yeah, we're going to go back to the regular agenda. For the record, reports as listed, items 20 through 30 are available for the public, should anybody need to review. I think, and Amber and Ashley, if you could just help me with this, there's nothing we missed. We hit all the items.
Correct.
Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
If that's the case, let's go ahead and get this thing adjourned for the evening. You have a motion?
So moved.
There you go.
Second.
In a second. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I don't get to vote. Aye. Right on. All right, everyone, thank you very much for what ended up being a longer meeting. Appreciate everyone and your time. Go back to your regularly scheduled lives. Hey, Buck, thanks for joining us. Hey, Amber, Ashley, did you know Buck's name is Ryan?
He did. I heard he gets fighting mad if you call him Ryan, though.
Oh, really? Oh, man. Don't worry. I think Ryan's a fine name.
It is.
Ryan, thanks for joining us. We have just voted to adjourn.
Sounds great. Have a good one. Peace.
All right, guys. Good night.
Bye, everyone. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.